Picture the desert at night, the air cooling fast after the sun's retreat, and the faint rustle of wind across sand that has been here far longer than any human memory. You shift your weight and feel the fine grains under your shoes, dry as sifted flour, slipping just enough to remind you this ground is never truly still. Above you, the stars are sharp, the kind of sharp you only get when there's no city glare to blunt them. Orion hangs there just as it has for countless nights, and somewhere below his belt on this plateau, the shapes of the pyramids loom against the darkness. We've been told for generations that these colossi rose about 4,500 years ago, under the rule of kings, whose names are carved into temple walls. It's a neat story, easy to teach, easy to file away. But what if that's only the final chapter? What if the pyramids were already ancient when the first hieroglyph was scratched into stone? Imagine it not in the scorching Egypt you've seen in documentaries, but in a cooler world. The Nile swollen and full winding through green banks. Patches of grassland where today there's only sand. And far away to the north, ice sheets the size of continents grinding toward the sea. In recent decades, a handful of geologists have noticed things that don't quite fit the neat script. They point to the Sphinx, its massive body cut into the limestone bedrock, surrounded by an enclosure whose walls are etched with deep curling channels, patterns you don't get from wind, but from water, heavy and persistent. Rainfall that hasn't been common here for thousands upon thousands of years. That's the kind of detail that makes the official timeline wobble just a little. And once it wobbles, you start to wonder how much else we've smoothed over in our tidy history books. Think of other anomalies, places like Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, carved with precision more than 11,000 years ago, long before agriculture or kings. Sites that force us to consider that humans have been shaping stone with serious skill far deeper into prehistory than we like to admit. And here's the thing. Stone is patient, but it's also deceptive. A block might be 20 years old or 20,000, and without an inscription or a datable trace of life caught in its mortar, the truth just sits there refusing to answer. That's what makes the thought so intoxicating. If the pyramids are older than we think, then the old kingdom pharaohs weren't the inventors. They were the inheritors. They may have found these shapes already standing worn by centuries of wind and rain and decided to make them their own. And in that quiet gap between what we can prove and what we can imagine, the mind starts to roam. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. It's a small way to let me know you're out there somewhere, under your own patch of night sky. Tell me where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. You stand before the great Sphinx, its colossal body crouched in the moonlight, head tilted slightly toward the east, as if listening for something that hasn't been said in thousands of years. The air is still, but your eyes trace the outline of the limestone enclosure around it, and you notice the walls aren't smooth like the idealized photographs in travel brochures. They're grooved, rippled, and pitted in ways that don't match the story most tour guides tell. If you lean in close, you can see the channels, deep vertical cuts that curve gently as they descend. They're not the sharp horizontal scrapes you get from centuries of wind-driven sand. No, these are the kind of shapes you see carved into stone by heavy running water. Imagine rain falling day after day, season after season, pooling at the Sphinx's base and spilling down its flanks, curling its edges soft like wet clay. It's almost absurd to picture here in the arid heat of Giza, but there they are, etched into the bedrock, like stubborn fingerprints from a different climate entirely. In the 1990s, Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, made headlines by pointing to those same patterns. His conclusion was daring. The Sphinx had endured centuries of heavy rainfall, the kind of storms that haven't touched this part of the world for at least 7,000 years. If he was right, that would mean the Sphinx wasn't carved in the time of Pharaoh Khafre, around 2500 BCE, but much earlier, possibly near the end of the last ice age. That's a gap of several thousand years, enough to rewrite not just Egyptian history, but our understanding of when monumental stone architecture first appeared on Earth. Mainstream Egyptologists, as you might expect, pushed back hard. They argued that the erosion could be the result of other forces, wind-shifting sand, even rare flash floods caused by rising groundwater in ancient times. They pointed to the face of the Sphinx, which resembles Khafre's statues, to its position next to Khafre's pyramid complex, and to the fact that blocks from the surrounding temples were quarried directly from the Sphinx's pit. The most straightforward explanation, they said, was that Khafre ordered the Sphinx built as part of his funerary landscape. But the thing about stone is that it doesn't care about our arguments. It just sits there, holding its secrets while humans squabble. You can almost sense the smug patience in those grooves, knowing that sooner or later, climate and geology will be noticed, even if politics and tradition keep them politely ignored for decades. Here's the tricky part. There's no easy way to settle this. Stone can't be radiocarbon dated the way wood or bone can. Unless it carries an inscription or is found in a clearly datable archaeological layer, its age is determined by interpretation. That means geology and archaeology are forced into a kind of uneasy marriage here, and like any mismatched couple, they argue a lot. Geologists point to the erosion as clear evidence of water. Archaeologists counter with the cultural context that ties the Sphinx to the Fourth Dynasty. Neither side has a smoking gun, and in that void, the debate keeps breathing. Odd fact, similar weathering appears on the Valley Temple and Sphinx Temple right next door. Those structures are built from massive limestone blocks, some showing even more severe erosion than the Sphinx itself. If they were constructed at the same time as the Sphinx, and if the weathering truly is from rainfall, then the whole complex could be older than dynastic Egypt. Some researchers even suggest that these temples were built or begun in a wetter era, and only later incorporated into Khafre's grand design. To understand why that matters, you have to picture the end of the last ice age between about 12,000 Brosners and 9,000 years ago. When the Earth was warming, rapidly glaciers were retreating, and rainfall patterns were shifting all over the planet. In North Africa, The African humid period was in full swing. Monsoon rains reached far north into the Sahara, turning vast areas into green savannas and filling lakes where there's only sand today. In that kind of climate, a limestone monument left exposed for centuries could develop exactly the kind of rounded, water-worn channels you see on the Sphinx enclosure. So let's imagine you're there not now, but maybe 9,000 years ago. You're standing where the modern visitor platform will one day be. But instead of dust and tourist chatter, you hear the steady hiss of rain on stone. The plateau is dotted with shallow pools from last night's storm, and somewhere behind you, a low waterfall spills into a rocky basin. The air smells of wet soil and crushed leaves. And there in the clearing ahead is the Sphinx, not yet called by that name, perhaps not even carved into the familiar human-faced form we know today, but already watching its flanks dark with rainwater. If this sounds too fantastic, remember that even in the modern Sahara, rare downpours still happen, and when they do, they can transform the landscape in hours. In 1975, a single storm in Algeria dumped so much water in one day that rivers appeared where none had existed in living memory. It's not hard to imagine that in a greener age, those rivers and rains could have persisted for months each year, steadily reshaping any exposed rock. The problem is history. As we've written, it doesn't leave room for a sphinx that old. Our timeline of advanced civilization starts around 5,000 years ago with city-states and organized agriculture. Anything before that is supposed to be hunters-gatherers and the occasional small village. If a monument like the Sphinx truly predates the pharaohs by millennia, then either that timeline is wrong or we're missing a whole chapter of human history, one where people without writing, without kings, and without metal tools still found a way to carve something monumental out of the living rock. And here's where things get even more complicated later. Civilizations often inherit and repurpose structures they didn't build. The Romans built over Etruscan foundations. Medieval cathedrals rose on the ruins of Roman temples, and in Egypt itself, blocks from older temples were reused in new ones. If the Sphinx was already ancient in Khafra's time, it's possible he simply restored it, reshaped it, and made it his own, just as countless rulers have done throughout history. That idea doesn't just change the Sphinx's age, it changes its meaning. Instead of being a monument to one man's reign, it becomes a survivor of a lost world, a relic from a time when the Nile's banks were green, and the Sahara still remembered the sound of rain. And if that's true, then somewhere out there, buried under dunes, hidden under the silt of the Nile, or lost beneath the Mediterranean, there might be other monuments from that same forgotten era, waiting for someone with the right eyes and the right patience to find them. Until then, the Sphinx sits in its pithead, high body weathered, still holding the line between what we think we know and what the stones might actually remember. And every time the wind hisses over its back, you can almost believe it's laughing quietly, politely at the neatness of our history books. You leave the Sphinx behind and turn your gaze to the wider horizon. The Giza Plateau falls away to the east, and beyond it, the Nile lies like a ribbon of silver in the moonlight. It's narrow today, hemmed in by modern embankments and the geometry of farms, but in your mind, you let the centuries unravel. The river widens, spilling into marshy floodplains. The land surrounding it softens from harsh beige to green, dotted with pockets of woodland and shallow pools. You're no longer in the Egypt you've seen in photographs. You've stepped into the Nile Valley during the last ice age. It's a strange mental shift, because when you think ice age, you might picture mammoths and endless snowfields. But here in North Africa, the changes were subtler. During the last glacial maximum, roughly 20,000 years ago, vast ice sheets smothered North America, Northern Europe, and Asia, locking away enormous amounts of water. Sea levels dropped more than 100 meters. Coastlines pushed outward, and the outlines of continents looked different. Egypt sat well south of the glaciers, but it wasn't untouched. Global wind patterns shifted. Monsoon belts moved. Rain came in cycles, sometimes generous, sometimes sparse, reshaping the course of the Nile like a child dragging a stick through wet sand. Odd fact, the Nile Delta in those days would have extended much farther into the Mediterranean, with multiple branching channels feeding into a wide, marshy fan. Villages or camps set near its shores would be landlocked today, buried under silt and sea. And just as the river changed, so did the Sahara. It wasn't the endless desert we know now. In some eras, it was patched with grassland and steppe. You could have walked west from the Nile into plains where gazelle grazed and acacia trees threw long shadows in the evening sun. In wetter phases, seasonal rivers, wadis, ran through rocky highlands, carrying fish and crocodiles to temporary lakes. The people living here would have been as adaptable as the landscape demanded. In wet years, they might settle for months along the Nile's fertile banks, fishing, hunting waterfowl, and tending small gardens of early grains. In dry years, they'd range farther afield, following herds tracking the seasonal floods and camping wherever resources were richest. They wouldn't have been pharaohs or farmers in the way we think of them now, but they would have known this land intimately in ways we've forgotten. Imagine you're one of them. The air is cooler than today, especially at night, with a faint bite carried from the north. You sleep under woven mats in a low shelter by the river, waking to the honking of geese and the slap of a fish breaking the surface. Downstream, a group is shaping something on a low rise, a platform of stone, big enough to stand on and see for miles. They work without written plans, without the wheel, without metal, but they know their materials. The limestone here is soft enough to carve, but strong enough to last. Maybe they're building for the spirits. Maybe they're marking a celestial event. Or maybe they simply want something that will stand longer than their own lifetimes. We can't know exactly how the Ice Age Nile looked from their eyes, but we can read the fingerprints it left behind. Sediment cores taken from the Nile Delta contain layers of pollen from plants that no longer grow here, evidence of past forests and wetlands. Ancient shorelines now far inland hint at lakes that shimmered under a warmer, wetter sun. Even fossilized hippo bones have been found in parts of the Sahara relics of a time when water was plentiful enough for them to thrive. Odd fact, while these people were adapting to their shifting climate, woolly mammoths were still walking in distant Siberia and North America. On Wrangel Island in the Arctic, a small population survived until about 4,000 years ago, meaning they were alive at the same time the Great Pyramid was supposedly being built. That overlap of world's mammoths on one side of the planet pyramids on the other should give you pause. It reminds us that history isn't a tidy single-track timeline. It's a mess of overlapping eras with one world fading just as another begins. If an advanced culture existed here during the Ice Age, it would have had to adapt constantly. The Nile might flood unpredictably. Its channels could change course in a single season, isolating communities or forcing them to move. One year might bring abundant rains. The next could leave the land parched. Such instability could push people toward innovation or toward building something that anchored them to a place even as the landscape shifted around them. This is where the Giza Plateau becomes interesting. Rising above the floodplain, it would have been a stable vantage point in a changing world. Safe from most floods, close to the river, and with vast quarries of workable limestone underfoot. It's exactly the kind of place you'd choose if you wanted to create something permanent. If a monument or the beginnings of one was built here during a favorable climatic window, it might survive even if the culture that raised it vanished. Then came one of the most dramatic climate reversals in history, the Younger Dryas around 12,900 years ago. Temperatures plunged again. Rainfall patterns shifted abruptly. Across the globe, large animals went extinct. In the Nile Valley, the lush green may have retreated toward the river, forcing people into tighter, more crowded zones. If you had been here to witness it, you might have felt the change in your bones. The nights colder, the birds migrating differently, the river carrying less water. And if you were one of those early builders, you might have wondered whether your children's children would even recognize the land you knew. When the climate warmed again and the African humid period began, the Sahara bloomed into savanna. For several thousand years, this would have been one of the most hospitable regions on Earth. If there were survivors from a pre-Younger Dryas culture, they might have flourished again, building new monuments or adding to older ones. But by 5,500 years ago, the rains failed for the last time. The desert reclaimed the land, and the Nile became the narrow green corridor we see today. This boom and bust cycle of climate could explain why we have so few traces of any hypothetical Ice Age civilization here. Floods shifting rivers and encroaching sand erase all but the largest, most stubborn structures. A stone monument on high ground might survive. A settlement of reed huts or mud brick would vanish without a trace. If the pyramids, or at least their earliest cores, were born in such a time, then they are more than just architectural feats. They are survivors of Earth's great climatic gamble, standing through cycles that erased almost everything else. They might even be the last visible markers of a culture that lived, built, and vanished before pharaohs had names. Standing here in the moonlight, you can almost see it. The plateau is greener. The river's song is louder. Fires burn in camps along the banks. And on the horizon, a shape is rising stone on stone, cut by hands that will be gone long before anyone calls them Egyptian. You're still on the Giza Plateau, But your mind has moved backward again, past the era of green floodplains and shifting rivers to the moment when human hands first touched these stones. Not the well-dressed masons of the Old Kingdom, with their copper chisels and hieroglyph-covered plans, but an even earlier set of builders whose names, faces, and languages are gone. If they existed, they left their calling cards in the stone itself. Stand close to the exposed blocks on the lower courses of the Great Pyramid, and you'll notice that not all of them look the same. Some are weathered unevenly. Others are fitted with such astonishing precision that you'd need a razor blade to even test the seam. Here and there, you can spot grooves that curve inward chisel marks in odd circular patterns or shallow channels that don't match the straightforward pounding and flaking method described in school books. The official story says the Great Pyramid was built for Pharaoh Khufu around 2560 BCE. His workers, the story goes, cut the limestone blocks with copper chisels, pounded granite with dolerite balls, and hauled the stones on wooden sledges over lubricated causeways. And for softer stone, like limestone copper, work slowly, but it works. The trouble starts when you look at the granite. Granite doesn't yield easily to copper. It's harder than the tools themselves, wearing them down faster than they can shape the stone. Yet in the pyramid's so-called king's chamber, massive granite beams weighing up to 80 tons are shaped so precisely that their edges meet at near-perfect right angles. Some surfaces are polished to a mirror-like sheen. Others show long, straight-cut marks, as if some kind of saw had moved cleanly through the rock. There are even drill holes in certain blocks, complete with spiral grooves inside the kind you'd expect from a high-speed rotary drill. Odd fact, experimental archaeologists have tried to replicate those holes using copper tubes and sand as an abrasive. It works, but it's painfully slow, taking hours to drill just a few centimeters, and the spiral groove it leaves isn't quite the same as the ancient examples. To match those grooves exactly, you'd need something rotating steadily with consistent pressure technology that, as far as we know, wasn't available in Khufu's time. This is where the idea of pre-dynastic hands comes in. What if some of the granite work wasn't done for Khufu at all, but was inherited from an earlier project? Perhaps a monument begun centuries or even millennia earlier, using methods that have since been lost. Khufu's builders could have incorporated these existing elements into their own structure, cutting new limestone casing stones around them, and adding their own chambers. If that's the case, then the pyramid is a palimpsest part, Old Kingdom achievement part, relic from a forgotten age. The reuse of stone is not rare in history. The Romans famously plundered earlier temples for columns, marble, and carved blocks. Medieval churches in Europe stand on the foundations of Roman basilicas, sometimes reusing the same walls. Even in Egypt, pharaohs were known to take blocks from older temples, either erasing the original inscriptions or leaving them faint ghosts beneath new carvings. If the Giza Plateau had been home to earlier monumental works, it would have been perfectly in character for later rulers to claim them as their own. There's more. Across Egypt, ancient quarry sites tell silent stories of techniques that don't always match the standard toolkit. In Aswan, an unfinished obelisk lies in its bed of granite, cracked and abandoned mid-process. It weighs an estimated 1,000 tons. Tool marks around it suggest workers were removing huge scoops of stone in curved, continuous strokes, something not easy to do with pounding stones alone. Some fringe researchers have speculated about softening stone chemically, though no physical evidence supports the theory. Others suggest ingenious but now forgotten mechanical devices, levers, counterweights, or even simple crank systems that could have amplified human strength without requiring advanced metallurgy. It's worth remembering that ancient technology often hides in plain sight. Polynesian navigators crossed thousands of miles of open ocean using nothing more than stars waves and bird flight patterns. The Roman concrete recipe, lost for centuries, has been shown to outlast many modern equivalents, so it's not impossible that an earlier Nile Valley culture developed stoneworking techniques that seem alien to us simply because we've lost the need and the context to understand them. In their time, these methods might have been as ordinary as pouring cement is to us. Picture the scene in that earlier age. The Giza Plateau is alive with activity. Workers in woven reed sandals stand knee-deep in a trench, chipping away at limestone bedrock. Others guide sledges over wet, compacted paths, the runners sliding over a slurry of water and clay. In the shadow of a partially built monument, a team shapes granite with tools you can't quite identify, perhaps pounding stones shaped perfectly to fit the human hand, perhaps long metal rods tipped with something harder than copper. The rhythm of their work is almost hypnotic. Strike, lift, turn, strike again. A foreman calls out a word you've never heard before, and the team pivots in unison, shifting the stone to catch the light and reveal any imperfections. They don't leave inscriptions. They don't carve the name of a king into the blocks. Maybe they don't have kings. Maybe the work itself is the point something ceremonial, astronomical, or communal. And when their culture changes or disappears, the stone remains waiting for someone else to find it. Odd fact: in 1837, Colonel Howard Vyse, an English soldier and amateur Egyptologist, claimed to have discovered red painted quarry marks inside hidden chambers above the king's chamber. These marks included Khufu's name and were widely taken as final proof that he built the pyramid. But Vyse's methods have been questioned for over a century, with some suggesting the possibility of 19th century forgery. If true, that would mean one of the key pieces of evidence linking Khufu to the Great Pyramid is not as solid as it seems. Even without conspiracy theories, the dating of a structure this old is fraught with uncertainty. We know the pyramid existed by Khufu's time because of the surrounding complex and causeway, but that doesn't mean every block was cut fresh for him. Without an unbroken chain of inscriptions, we can't be sure where the Old Kingdom ends and any earlier contribution might begin. If some of these granite blocks' precision joins and odd tool marks are indeed older, they would be among the few surviving physical traces of that earlier culture. Everything else, wooden scaffolding rope, reed, mats, food storage pits, would have vanished long ago. What's left is the stone, and the puzzle it presents, marks that don't fit the official story blocks, that seem to remember a different set of hands. Standing here today, you run your fingers over a groove in the stone. It's shallow, but it spirals ever so slightly, a frozen trace of some long-forgotten movement. Maybe it was made by a copper drill, tipped with grit, spun slowly over days. Maybe it was made by something else entirely, something simple, clever, and efficient that no one has tried in thousands of years. The stone isn't telling, but it's not lying either. It just keeps its own kind of record, waiting for the day we learn how to read it properly. And if we ever do, we might find that the oldest builders of Giza were not magicians, gods, or giants. They were people fallible, ingenious, and determined, who knew how to work with their environment so well that their achievements still stand long after their names have faded to dust. You leave behind the chisel marks and drill grooves, and your imagination drifts outward, farther back, farther north, until you're looking at a world caught in the deep breath of the last ice age. The air is sharper here, the light colder. You can almost feel it against your cheeks. The Nile is still the spine of Egypt, but it's a different river now, wider in places, split into wandering channels that braid and unbraid across the floodplain. This is the late Pleistocene, roughly 20,000 years ago, and the Earth is in what scientists call the last glacial maximum. In the far north, glaciers blanket North America, northern Europe, and much of Asia under sheets of ice thick enough to bury entire mountain ranges. Locked away in that frozen mass is so much water that the oceans have dropped more than 100 meters, exposing new coastlines and revealing land bridges between places that today are separated by open sea. Odd fact, back then, the Red Sea was narrower, and the Mediterranean shoreline extended well beyond its modern limits. Egypt's northern coast would have stretched farther into the sea, with the Nile Delta fanning out in a much larger arc. Entire tracts of land that could have supported life are now underwater, covered by thousands of years of silt and salt water. Here in the Nile Valley, the glacier's grip is indirect but unmistakable. Wind and rainfall patterns are different. There are times when the monsoon pushes farther north, spilling generous rains over the valley, swelling the river, and flooding its banks with dark, fertile soil. Other times, the winds shift and the land dries, forcing plants, animals, and people to adapt or move on. This is not a static landscape. It's a restless one, constantly in motion, even if the changes take decades to play out. Imagine standing on the Giza Plateau in such a time. To the west, the Sahara is not the endless sand sea we know. Pockets of grassland spread out toward the horizon, dotted with small lakes and seasonal streams. Herds of gazelle move like waves over the grass, and in the shallows you might glimpse the ripple of a crocodile's tail. To the east, the Nile gleams under the sun, broader and more braided with islands thick with reeds. The banks are crowded with life ibis pelicans, hippos, and the air hums with insects in the heat of the day. The people here are not pharaohs or pyramid builders, at least not yet. They live in small, mobile communities, following game fishing, the river gathering wild grains. They use tools of stone, bone, and wood, and they know this land in ways we've almost forgotten, where the river will rise, which plants to harvest for food or medicine, how to read the sky for shifts in the weather. They don't write their knowledge down. but they carry it in memory and in the stories told around their fires. It's tempting to think of them as entirely different from us, but in many ways, they're the same. They love, they argue, they joke. They have elders who remember drought years and children who race along the river's edge, skipping stones across the surface. And perhaps somewhere among them, there are those who think beyond the next hunt or harvest, those who imagine building something that will outlast their own lives. If a group in this Ice Age Nile decided to leave a permanent mark, the Giza Plateau would have been a wise choice. Elevated above the floodplain, it offered protection from seasonal inundations. The bedrock limestone was abundant and easy to carve when freshly quarried, hardening once exposed to the air. And from here, you could see for miles over the river, over the grasslands, even to distant hills that would one day vanish under desert sands. The challenge, of course, would have been organizing the labor. Without the central authority of a state, a monumental project would have had to be a communal effort, perhaps tied to ritual or seasonal gatherings. Picture hundreds of people arriving on the plateau at the same time each year, bringing food tools and stories from distant parts of the Nile Valley. Work would progress season by season, stone by stone, as the project became woven into their identity. Then the climate would shift again. Around 12,900 years ago, the world experienced the Younger Dryas, a sudden and dramatic return to near glacial conditions. Temperatures dropped, rainfall patterns flipped, and ecosystems changed almost overnight in geological terms. In some regions, farming collapsed. In others, entire communities vanished. The Nile Valley would have felt this too. The lush green edges might have retreated toward the river game herds dispersed, and once reliable fishing grounds gone silent. For any early monument builders, the Younger Dryas could have been devastating. Without stable food and water, the gatherings might have ended. The plateau, once alive, with work, could have grown quiet tools left, where they fell stones half-shaped and abandoned. A generation later, the reason for the project might have been reduced to a fragment of a story. Our ancestors worked here, and a few generations after that, even the story could fade. Odd fact, in Siberia and Alaska, archaeologists have found evidence of communities that adapted to Younger Dryas cold by changing their diet, shifting from land-based hunting to fishing and marine mammals. In the Nile Valley, a similar pivot might have been possible if the river could still support it. But if the flood cycles weakened or became unpredictable, survival would have meant moving elsewhere. The plateau would have been left to the wind, the rain, and time. Fast forward a few thousand years, and the climate swings the other way. The African humid period begins, and the Sahara blooms into a patchwork of lakes and rivers. People return to the plateau, perhaps curious about the weathered shapes left behind. They may reuse the stone, expand on the foundations, or simply treat the site as a place of ritual significance. By the time the Old Kingdom rises, the plateau could already hold layers of history, some visible, some buried, and some altered beyond recognition. If the pyramids we see today have roots in this Ice Age world, then they are not just Egyptian monuments. They're survivors of Earth's great climatic heartbeat, a heartbeat that has alternately nourished and erased entire landscapes. They've watched the Nile swell and shrink, the Sahara turn green and then gold, and the coastline march steadily inland as the seas rose. They've seen people come and go, each leaving their own mark, each telling their own story about what the stones mean. Standing here tonight, you can almost feel those layers. The modern air smells of dust and diesel, but in your mind, the wind carries the scent of wet earth and flowering reeds. The city lights fade, and you hear the rustle of grass, where now there is only sand. Somewhere in that imagined soundscape, a stone block thuds into place under the hands of people who will never know your name, and you will never know theirs, but who have left you something to wonder at under the same moon they once saw. You take a step back from the plateau in your mind's eye and picture not just the Nile Valley, but the whole world at the moment when the Ice Age finally began to let go. The cold was giving way to warmth, glaciers melting into torrents that rushed toward the oceans. In their retreat, they changed everything: sea levels, coastlines, the course of rivers, the places where people could live. And somewhere in that upheaval, human memory started writing a particular kind of story. It's a story you've heard before, even if you've never thought about it this way. It starts with water, not the life-giving kind that trickles into an irrigation channel, but a surge so vast it erases the map. It's the flood myth, the kind that appears in cultures separated by oceans and continents, told in voices that never met. In Mesopotamia, there's Utnapishtim, the man who survives the Great Flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh. In Hebrew tradition, there's Noah sealing the ark's door before the rains fall for 40 days and nights. In Greece, Deucalion and Pyrrha survive in a small wooden chest as Zeus sends a flood to cleanse the world. And here in Egypt, the myth is quieter, but no less striking. In the Heliopolitan tradition, the god Adam emerges from the infinite waters of none to create the first mound of land. It's tempting to read these tales as pure metaphor, but they might also be the softened echo of something real, a collective memory of the cataclysmic end of the Ice Age, when sea levels rose by more than 100 meters and reshaped the world. One of the most dramatic pulses of this rise, called Meltwater Pulse 1A, happened around 14,600 years ago. In less than a century, the oceans climbed several meters, swallowing coasts, drowning river mouths, and pushing populations inland. Now picture the Nile Delta during such an event. Back then, it was broader, lower, and full of branching channels feeding into lagoons. Settlements would have hugged the water's edge close enough to fish and travel far enough to farm. But as the Mediterranean rose, salt water would creep up the delta's channels, swallowing fields and homes. Each year, the waterline would move farther inland. The shoreline you grew up with would vanish. Villages would be abandoned. Some families would head south toward higher ground. Others would stay too long and be forced to flee by the sea itself. Odd fact, deep beneath the Black Sea, archaeologists have found layers of ancient shorelines and freshwater mollusks buried under marine species. This suggests that around 7,500 years ago, the Mediterranean burst through the Bosporus and flooded what had been a large freshwater lake, raising its level dramatically. To the people living there, it would have been as if the sea had risen overnight. If such an event or something like it happened to the Nile's northern edge, it could have scattered its people far inland. Those who already lived near the Giza plateau might have seen a sudden influx of refugees. And if a monumental structure was already standing there, perhaps something begun centuries before, it would become not just a landmark, but a symbol of survival. High above the floodplain, it would have been a gathering point, a place to reorient when the familiar landscape disappeared. In this way, a flood could have given the pyramids, whether in their early or final form, a whole new meaning. What might have started as a ceremonial site, an astronomical marker, or a communal monument could be recast in the minds of survivors as a divine refuge. The story of the flood and the story of the stone would merge, told together in campfires and remembered in temple rituals long after the waters receded. Egypt's flood myths may be more abstract than Noah's or Gilgamesh's, but they still carry the imagery of creation from water. The god Adam's mound rising from none is in a way the same idea as the ark finding dry land after the flood life beginning again from the high place. For a Nile culture, whether Ice Age or later the Giza Plateau, could have been that mound, the literal land above the deluge. It's not just Egypt that may preserve such memories. Aboriginal stories in Australia tell of coastlines that existed thousands of years ago, now far underwater, with descriptions that match modern geological reconstructions. In oral tradition, such precision is possible. The story may change its details over time, but the core event, the sea came in the land, was lost remains. Odd fact, in Egyptian temple reliefs, boats are depicted that were large enough to carry multi-ton obelisks along the Nile. These were technological marvels built of imported cedar and engineered to handle enormous weight. If such shipbuilding skills existed in pharaonic times, it's plausible that earlier Nile cultures could have had advanced boat-making traditions as well. In a flood scenario, those boats might not just carry stone, they might carry entire communities to safety. Standing on the plateau tonight, the flood feels far away. The desert is dry. The Nile's edge is predictable. But close your eyes and imagine water stretching from here toward the horizon, lapping at the base of stone structures. In the distance, you see the tops of monuments rising like islands, the last visible points in a drowned landscape. The people gathered here would remember. They would tell their children that this was where they stood when the waters came, that these stones were the work of gods or ancestors who endured the flood. Over centuries, the specifics would fade. The cause of the water melting glaciers, shifting seas, would become irrelevant. The story would remain woven into religious festivals and royal propaganda until no one remembered where history ended and myth began. And perhaps when the old kingdom pharaohs inherited these stones, whether complete monuments or weathered remnants, they also inherited the stories. They could claim them as proof of divine favor, as relics from a time when the world was remade. And just like that, the pyramid's origin story would shift again, not just a tomb, not just a monument, but a survivor's marker from a time when Egypt itself nearly drowned. That's the thing about flood myths. They don't have to be exact accounts to be true. They survive because they contain something essential: loss change, survival, renewal. The Giza Plateau may have been all of those things across thousands of years, its meaning rewritten by each culture that stood upon it, its stones absorbing each layer of the story like sediment at the bottom of a slow, ancient river. The water is gone now, but the idea remains. Even in the desert, you can hear it. If you listen closely, the faint lap of an ancient tide against the edge of the plateau, a sound carried in memory longer than any king's name. The desert is quiet tonight, but in your mind, you peel back the millennia until the stillness is broken, not by the roar of sandstorms, but by the murmur of running water. The Sahara is no longer a sea of gold. It's green. Rivers wind lazily across open plains fringed with tall grasses and acacia trees. Lakes stretch toward the horizon, their surfaces glittering in the afternoon sun. Herds of antelope and gazelle move in the shade. Giraffes browse on leafy branches, and in the shallows, hippos and crocodiles wallow in warm, muddy water. This is the African humid period, a span from roughly 14,500 us to 5,500 years ago, when subtle changes in the Earth's orbit shifted the monsoon rains northward. The entire Sahara bloomed into one of the largest savannas on the planet. It wasn't just a brief interlude. This green age lasted for thousands of years, enough for human cultures to spread across regions that today seem utterly inhospitable. Satellite imagery has revealed the ghostly traces of this world: dry riverbeds etched into the desert, ancient lake shores still visible from above, and even the outlines of old deltas where no water flows anymore. Archaeologists working in what is now the deepest desert have uncovered stone tools, pottery shards, and rock art showing elephants, giraffes, cattle, and boats carved into cliff faces hundreds of miles from any modern coastline. Odd fact, some of this rock art shows boats that aren't the small papyrus skiffs we associate with ancient Egypt, but longer, sturdier craft with high prows capable of carrying dozens of people or heavy cargo. Seeing these carved in the heart of the Sahara, far from today's rivers, is almost haunting. It suggests a world where waterways were plentiful enough to link distant communities, where boats were as common a sight as caravans are today. The Nile Valley in this era would have been transformed. Seasonal floods would still have come, but now they spilled into a landscape already rich with life. The river's banks would have been wide-lined with fruit trees and game trails. The Giza Plateau, instead of rising from a sea of sand, might have been surrounded by patchworks of pasture and woodland. And with so much food and water available, the pressure to survive would have been lighter. And here's where that matters, for monumental building abundance makes ambition possible. In the harsh desert, you can't spare the labor to carve stone for decades. You need all hands to gather food and water just to live. But in a green Sahara, with steady rains grazing herds and reliable harvests, you can afford to gather hundreds or thousands of people for projects that won't feed anyone, but will outlast everyone. If the earliest phases of the pyramids or their foundations were conceived during this humid period, they would have been far easier to build than in later centuries. Water would have been abundant for drinking, for mixing mortar, and even for practical uses like lubricating sledges to move massive stones. The workforce would be healthier and better fed with herds of cattle flocks of goats and fields of grain close at hand. Transporting blocks from quarries would have been simpler too, not just along the Nile, but along the seasonal rivers and lakes that crisscrossed the region. Odd fact, in southern Egypt's Nabta Playa, archaeologists have found a series of stone circles and alignments dating back at least 7,000 years, possibly earlier. Some of these stones are aligned to mark the summer solstice, suggesting that the people here had a sophisticated understanding of astronomy long before the appearance of writing or formal states. Nabta Playa is hundreds of miles from Giza, but during the Green Sahara, it would have been connected to the Nile by rivers and routes now lost under sand. The end of this humid period came not as a slow fade, but in sharp, punishing steps. Some climate records suggest that rainfall began to falter around 6,000 years ago. Lakes shrank, rivers dried, and the grasslands began to brown. By 5,500 years ago, the transformation was complete. The Sahara had returned to desert, and the people who had lived there for millennia were forced to move. Many migrated toward the Nile where water still flowed. Imagine that migration. Communities who had thrived in open savannas now crowding along the river's edge, bringing with them their skills, their stories, and perhaps even their building traditions. Some may have been master stoneworkers, others farmers, traders, or astronomers. As they settled into the Nile Valley, their knowledge could have blended with that of the river's existing cultures, seeding the ideas that would one day shape Old Kingdom Egypt. If the Giza Plateau already held monumental stonework by this time, perhaps begun in an earlier wet phase, it would have been an irresistible prize. The new arrivals could restore it, expand it, or adapt it for their own purposes. Later pharaohs would then inherit not just the plateau, but a legacy they could fold into their own story, claiming ownership of works whose original builders were already forgotten. The drying of the Sahara would have left its own kind of scars. Rivers that once carried boats became dusty channels. Villages emptied their mud brick walls, melting back into the ground. The great green plains turned to gravel and dunes. The people who had once carved animals into desert cliffs might have looked around in disbelief, wondering how a world so generous could vanish in a few lifetimes. Odd fact, in Chad's Borko and Ennedi regions, archaeologists have found megalithic monuments and burial mounds dating back more than 7,000 years. Today, these stand isolated in one of the driest places on Earth, but in their time, they would have been surrounded by grass and water. They are the ghostly cousins of Giza stone survivors of a vanished climate. If the pyramids truly have roots in the Green Sahara, then they are more than engineering feats. They are climate artifacts, reminders of a period when North Africa was lush and alive. Their survival into our arid age is almost accidental. They happen to be built high enough, strong enough, and in the right place to outlast the collapse of the landscape that made them possible. Standing here now, the desert wind dry in your throat, it's almost impossible to imagine Giza surrounded by grasslands. But close your eyes and listen. Hear the splash of cattle moving through shallow water, the hum of insects in the reeds, the distant crack of a hammer on stone. Smell the wet earth after a summer storm, and see the sunlight glint off a half-finished block as it's eased into place. That world is gone, but its fingerprints remain in the stones and the buried riverbeds, and perhaps in the very reason the pyramids exist at all. You lift your eyes from the imagined green of the Sahara to the black sweep of the night sky above the Giza Plateau. Even now, with Cairo's glow smudging the horizon, Orion's belt still hangs there, three bright points tilted in their timeless slant. But in your mind, you wipe away the city lights, strip away a few thousand years, and let the sky return to its ice age clarity. It is suddenly sharp enough to make you squint a sky where the stars are so bright they throw the faintest shadows on the sand. For ancient people, whether in the Old Kingdom or in some earlier wetter Egypt, the night sky was not background scenery. It was the clock, the compass, the calendar, and the canvas for their myths. It told them when to plant, when to harvest, when the floods would come, and when to prepare for lean months. It also told them where they were in a much larger story, one written not in years, but in the slow turning of the heavens. It's this turning, this vast and almost imperceptible wobble of the Earth's axis that creates one of the most tantalizing clues in the debate over Giza's origins. Known as precession, this wobble changes the position of the stars over thousands of years. It means that if you align a monument to a specific star today, that same alignment will be off in a few centuries and completely different in a few millennia. And that's exactly where the Orion correlation theory enters the scene. In the 1990s, researcher Robert Bauval noticed that the three pyramids of Giza are not laid out in a perfect straight line, but offset slightly mirroring the way the stars Alnitak Alnilam and Mintaka form Orion's belt. When plotted on a star chart, he found that the pyramid layout matched the belt most closely, not in the Pharaoh's era, around 2500 BCE, but around 10,500 BCE. At that same time, the constellation Leo would have risen directly in the east during the spring equinox, exactly where the Sphinx stares eternally. If Bauval's observation is correct, it raises a provocative possibility. Either the builders were commemorating a date thousands of years before the Old Kingdom, or they were actually present in that earlier epoch. The idea is seductive a culture so in tune with the sky that they anchored their greatest monuments to a cosmic moment, locking it into stone before the stars drifted away. Mainstream Egyptology has not embraced the theory. Skeptics argue that similar alignments can happen by coincidence, that the offset of the pyramids could be due to practical construction constraints, and that no inscriptions or records directly link Giza to Orion's belt. But even without the Orion connection, there's no denying the extraordinary astronomical precision of the plateau's layout. The sides of the Great Pyramid are aligned to true north, with an error of just a few arc minutes, a feat challenging even with modern surveying equipment. Odd fact: one proposed method for achieving this in ancient times involves watching the simultaneous transit of two circumpolar stars and marking the exact midpoint between them. It's ingenious, but because of precession, the best star pairs for this technique change over time. Measurements suggest that the pair best suited for Giza's alignment would have matched perfectly several centuries earlier than the conventional construction date of the Great Pyramid. There's more. The so-called air shafts in the Great Pyramid narrow channels leading from the king's and queen's chambers aren't simply ventilation ducts. In the 1960s, researchers determined that around 2500 BCE, the southern shaft from the king's chamber pointed toward Alnitak in Orion's belt, while the northern shaft aimed toward Thuban, the pole star at the time. If these shafts were designed in an earlier era, their celestial targets would have been different entirely, suggesting that they could encode an even older astronomical scheme. Many ancient cultures associated Orion with a great hunter or a god of the afterlife. In Egypt, Orion was linked to Osiris, the god of resurrection and rebirth. Aligning the pyramids with Orion may have been a symbolic act connecting the pharaoh, or whoever the monuments honored, to the divine cycle of death and renewal. If the alignment truly corresponds to 10,500 BCE, the intended symbolism might be older, still perhaps tracing back to myths from before the desert claimed the Sahara. Imagine standing here in that distant past. The night air is cool, carrying the scent of wet grass from the floodplain. Above you, Orion climbs the eastern sky, its belt tilted just so. To your left, the constellation Leo crouches on the horizon, a celestial mirror to the stone guardian that, if Boval is right, already stands in place. Builders work by torchlight, not in a frenzy, but with the patience of people whose calendars measure in centuries. The stones they set are not just for shelter or ceremony. They are messages to the future, written in a language of stars and geometry. Odd fact, Egyptian priests once divided the night sky into 36 groups of stars called deacons. Each deacon rose at a specific time of year, acting as a kind of stellar clock. With this system, priests could measure the hour at night to within about 20 minutes over 1,000 years before mechanical clocks. A culture with that level of astronomical sophistication could certainly have used the stars to guide monumental design. The thing about star alignments is that they're patient. If you miss a target year by a decade, the change is barely noticeable. But over centuries, the shift becomes obvious. Precession moves Orion's belt roughly 1 degree every 72 years. Over 10,000 years, it slides far enough to make a precise match vanish. That's why the 10,500 BCE date is so intriguing. It would have been the last time Orion's belt sat in that exact configuration relative to Giza's pyramids. Of course, this doesn't prove that the pyramids or any earlier structures on the plateau were built then. It could be that Old Kingdom architects were commemorating a mythic first time, a sacred date remembered from deep tradition. But if that's the case, it implies that those traditions preserved accurate astronomical knowledge across thousands of years, knowledge that would have to predate dynastic Egypt by a vast margin. Standing under the real Orion tonight, you can feel the pull of that idea. The stars are still where they've always been for you, but not for the Earth as a whole. They've been moving slowly, steadily, like a cosmic tide. And maybe the stones of Giza are an attempt to freeze one moment in that tide to anchor it forever in the memory of the planet. The sky changes so slowly that most people never notice it in their lifetimes. But a monument can make you notice. It can say, "Look here, this mattered." And whether it was 4,500 years ago or 12,000, someone stood on this plateau, looked up at Orion, and decided that it was worth carving into the earth. You reach out to the nearest block of the Great Pyramid and run your hand along its surface. It's warm from the day's sun, rough in some places, smoother in others. Then in the slanting light, you see something you might have missed before: tiny spirals, faint outlines of shells, and the delicate ridges of creatures that haven't been alive for millions of years. The pyramid, for all its human history, is built from stone that tells an older story, a story from long before there were people, or even deserts, or even continents shaped the way they are now. Most of Giza's blocks are limestone, quarried right here from the plateau itself. This limestone formed during the Eocene epoch around 40 to 50 million years ago, when this part of Egypt was covered by a warm, shallow sea, teeming with marine life. Over millions of years, the remains of that life shells, corals, microscopic plankton settled on the seafloor. Layer upon layer, they compressed into sediment and eventually into stone. Fossils are still embedded throughout it. Some are so small you can only see them under a microscope. Others are big enough to spot with the naked eye, curling like a frozen wave against the pale background. Odd fact: in the 19th century, one of the earliest scientific studies of the pyramids wasn't by an Egyptologist, but by a geologist intrigued by reports of seashells in the stones. Travelers had noticed fossil imprints in the blocks and realized they must have been formed under the ocean. This was decades before modern geology fully understood plate tectonics or the shifting of ancient seas. For the Old Kingdom builders, this limestone was just a convenient local building material. But to a geologist, or to anyone thinking about the full sweep of history, it's almost dizzying to realize that the pyramid is a monument built of monuments, the remains of countless ancient sea creatures turned to stone, now shaped into something entirely different. Most of the limestone at Giza came from the same geological formation, but there are clues that some blocks might not be local. Subtle differences in fossil content and mineral composition suggest that certain stones were brought from other sites, possibly from quarries used in earlier times. If true, this opens the possibility that parts of the pyramid are made from stone, cut, moved, and perhaps shaped long before Khufu's reign. That idea has precedent. Across Egypt, pharaohs reused stone from older structures, sometimes erasing the original inscriptions, sometimes leaving them partially visible beneath new carvings. If a pre-dynastic or early dynastic monument once stood on the plateau, its blocks could have been incorporated into later projects. And because stone doesn't come with a date stamped on it, we might never know which parts of the pyramid are truly new, by Old Kingdom standards, and which are survivors from an earlier age. The marine origins of the limestone also offer a poetic connection to Egyptian mythology. In many creation myths, the world emerges from a primordial sea, an infinite expanse of water, called Nun. The first land rises from it as a mound, and from that mound, the gods create everything else. If you think about it, the pyramid is literally made of the sea. Every block is packed with the remains of an ancient ocean, raised up into a mountain of stone. It's as if the builders were unknowingly, or maybe knowingly, repeating that creation story in physical form. Odd fact, whales once swam where the desert now lies. In Egypt's western desert, a site called Wadi al-Hitan, or Valley of the Whales, contains the fossilized skeletons of prehistoric whales that still had tiny hind legs. Around 40 million years ago, this was the Tethys Sea, stretching across what is now North Africa and the Middle East. The limestone of the Giza Plateau is part of that same ancient world. Erosion adds another layer to the puzzle. Over thousands of years, the softer layers of limestone weather faster revealing fresh fossil surfaces as the harder layers erode more slowly. You might walk along the base of the pyramid and see shells more clearly on one block than another, simply because the outer surface has worn away to expose them. In a way, the pyramid is still revealing its past grain by grain as the wind and sand work on it. The granite used inside the pyramid tells a different story. It comes from Aswan, almost 900 kilometers to the south, and is free of marine fossils because it's an igneous rock born of molten magma deep inside the earth. Its journey to Giza, whether in the Old Kingdom or earlier, would have been a monumental feat. The granite's presence, alongside fossil-rich limestone, makes the pyramid a kind of geological collage, the remains of ancient seas paired with the cooled heart of ancient volcanoes. The mortar, between the stones, is another quiet witness. Analyses have shown it contains gypsum quartz and traces of marine microfossils, along with tiny fragments of charcoal. That charcoal can be radiocarbon dated, and in some cases, the results have suggested ages older than the conventional pyramid timeline, though critics point out that older material could have been mixed into the mortar from pre-existing sources. Still, it's another hint that the pyramid may be a palimpsest built in layers across different periods. Imagine for a moment the people who first cut into the Giza limestone. They'd see the fossils, two swirls and shells pressed into the rock like ornaments. Did they wonder what they were? Did they think they were magical symbols or remnants of a time when the land was flooded? Or did they simply think of them as interesting patterns, nothing more? Whatever their thoughts, they were quarrying a rock that had already lived another life, one that stretched back millions of years before humans ever set foot here. Odd fact, there's a place in the Egyptian desert where the wind has carved the limestone into sharp ridges, exposing layers so dense with fossil shells that they look like packed gravel. It's a reminder that the same processes that shape the Giza stone are still visible today if you know where to look. So when you stand before the pyramid and see the smooth geometry of its sides, or what's left of them, it's easy to forget that each block is its own ancient world. You're not just looking at architecture, you're looking at geology, paleontology, and human history braided together. The pyramid isn't just a monument to the people who built it. It's also a monument to the creatures of a long-vanished sea whose tiny silent bodies became the raw material for one of humanity's greatest works. And maybe that's the quietest but most humbling lesson of all. Even our most ambitious creations are built from things far older than us. We inherit the Earth's deep past every time we build, whether we notice it or not. The pyramids simply make that inheritance impossible to ignore if you're willing to get close enough to see the fossils in the stone. You stand on the shore at Alexandria, where the Mediterranean presses itself against the edge of Egypt in restless folds of green-blue water. The air smells of salt and seaweed, and every few seconds, waves slap against the breakwaters, sending up bursts of spray. It's a familiar coastal scene until you remind yourself that just beyond the visible surf lies a city lost to the sea. Alexandria itself is young by Egyptian standards, founded barely 200–300 years ago by Alexander the Great. But the waters off its coast hold something much older. Beneath the bay, under meters of silt and shifting sand, divers have found the sunken remains of harbors, markets, and temples. Massive columns rest on their sides like fallen tree trunks. Statues lie half buried, their stone faces staring up at the sunlight filtering through the surface. One of the most spectacular discoveries here is the city of Herakleion, also known as Thonis. Once a thriving port near the Nile Delta's mouth, it controlled access to Egypt for ships coming from the Mediterranean. For centuries it prospered, then sometime around 200 years ago, it vanished beneath the waves. Earthquakes, soil liquefaction, and slow sea level rise all conspired to pull it under. Today, it rests on the seabed, preserved in mud, a ghost of its former self. Odd fact among the finds at Herakleion are enormous ceremonial boats, intact anchors, and coins from across the ancient world. The city was not just a trade hub. It was a cultural crossroads, alive with goods and ideas from Greece, Phoenicia, and beyond. Its sudden disappearance is a reminder that coastlines are not permanent. Now take that thought and rewind the clock far beyond Herakleion's lifetime back 10,000 years to the end of the last ice age. Sea levels then were more than 100 meters lower than today. The Mediterranean coastline sat far north of its current boundary, and the Nile Delta extended like a great fan of marshland and river channels deep into what is now open water. Imagine the delta, as it was then, a mosaic of wetlands, lagoons, and branching streams. Villages would have clustered along these waterways, taking advantage of fertile soils and abundant fish. The rivers would have been the highways of their day, linking communities inland with those at the sea's edge. If an advanced or semi-advanced culture existed along the Nile in that time, this would have been its beating heart. And then the waters rose. It wasn't a sudden Hollywood-style wall of water, but a relentless creeping tide. Year after year, the shoreline shifted inland. A fishing camp here, a temple there each season brought the water closer. At first, people moved their homes to slightly higher ground. But eventually, the rivers themselves began to drown. Salt water intruded, fields turned brackish, and the low-lying settlements disappeared beneath the waves. Today, those places lie buried under layers of mud, sand, and seawater. The same forces that destroyed them also preserved them. Without oxygen, wood survives, rope remains intact, and stone walls stay standing. The problem is finding them. Even with modern sonar and submersible drones, mapping the seabed is slow and expensive, and much of the delta's underwater shelf remains unexplored. Odd fact, sonar surveys have revealed what appear to be old river channels and geometric patterns on the seafloor off the Egyptian coast. Some may be natural, others perhaps the remnants of human construction. But until they're investigated directly, they remain tantalizing shadows on a screen. If the Giza Plateau already held monumental structures during this prehistoric period, it's possible they were not isolated. They may have been part of a network of sites stretching from the high ground inland to the low, now submerged delta. Temples, harbors, and settlements could have supported the movement of materials and people between the coast and the plateau. When the sea rose, Giza's inland position would have kept it dry, while its sister sites vanished beneath the Mediterranean. There are parallels around the world. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a massive stepstone formation, lies under 25 meters of water. Debate continues over whether it's natural or man-made, but if it is artificial, it would have been built when sea levels were far lower. In the Gulf of Khamhat, India's sonar has revealed symmetrical patterns on the seabed that some believe to be the remains of ancient cities possibly flooded thousands of years ago. Closer to home in the Mediterranean itself, submerged ruins are scattered from Greece to Israel. Some are well documented, others little more than local legend. What they all suggest is that the sea has swallowed far more human history than we have yet recovered. Imagine diving off the Nile Delta shelf in search of such history. The water is murky, full of suspended silt from the river. Visibility is poor, and the current tugs at you as you move along the seabed. Then your light catches a straight edge where there shouldn't be one, a squared block, its surface etched with faint carvings. Nearby, another block and another. The layout suggests walls, perhaps even a courtyard. But there is no sound here except the hiss of your own breathing. And above you, a layer of silt, thicker than any desert dune, hides the sight from the sun. Odd fact, ancient Egyptians were skilled at building harbors and canals, some of which have been found far inland. It's possible that similar engineering existed closer to the prehistoric shoreline, only to be erased by rising seas. If such sites were found and dated to before the recognized start of Egyptian civilization, they would rewrite the history of the Nile Valley. They might also explain how the builders of Giza seem to begin their work already skilled in large-scale stone construction. The techniques, resources, and labor organization needed for such work could have been developed along the coast, then relocated inland as the sea advanced. The challenge is that underwater archaeology in this region is still in its infancy. Political, economic, and logistical barriers make exploration slow. But the potential is enormous. Somewhere out there, beneath the green surface of the Mediterranean, may lie the missing chapters of Egypt's story chapters that could connect Giza to a far older world. Standing on the shore today, it's hard to reconcile the busy modern city of Alexandria with the idea of entire prehistoric landscapes lying just beyond sight. But the waves have a way of hiding and revealing. A storm might shift the sand enough to expose a statue's head, or a ship's anchor, or the corner of a wall. Each find is a whisper from the past, hinting at the scale of what's still out there. And when you think about the pyramids in this context, they stop being just isolated wonders in the desert. They become the surviving peaks of a much larger, mostly sunken range, a network of human achievement built on both land and sea, shaped by the slow but unstoppable rise of the waters. The ghosts of those coastal cities may never speak outright, but their presence can be felt in the stones that remain. The sea is always hungry, but it doesn't always succeed in swallowing everything. Sometimes, as at Giza, it leaves behind a reminder, something to make us ask what else is gone, and how much of our history is still hidden beneath the waves. The written history of Egypt, as we usually tell it, starts in the 3rd millennium BCE, with kings like Narmer uniting Upper and Lower Egypt, with hieroglyphs suddenly blooming into full form on temple walls and tombs. It's a clean starting line, easy to print in a textbook. Civilization begins here. But the neatness of that statement hides an uncomfortable truth. Writing is not the same thing as history. It's just the moment a culture starts leaving records we can read. Everything before that is still there. It's just invisible to us unless we know where to look. And that's the danger of the written record. It can create the illusion that nothing of importance existed before the first words were carved or painted. We tend to think of writing as the birth of civilization, when in fact, it's more like a sudden shaft of light falling into a long, dark tunnel. We see the illuminated section clearly, but the tunnel stretches far behind us into places we've never explored. Odd fact, the earliest surviving shopping list in history comes not from Egypt, but from Mesopotamia, a clay tablet about 5,000 years old, recording deliveries of beer bread and livestock to a temple. Mundane as it is, that little tablet survives, while centuries of oral history songs and legends equally real to the people who lived them are gone without a trace. If there was an earlier Nile Valley culture capable of monumental building, it may have existed entirely in the oral tradition. Without writing, everything from their cosmology to their engineering knowledge would have been passed in memory from one generation to the next. Songs, stories, rituals, and lessons whispered over fires or chanted during work. Oral tradition can be astonishingly resilient. Aboriginal Australian stories have preserved details about coastlines that disappeared under the sea over 7,000 years ago. But oral tradition is also vulnerable. Break the chain through migration, famine, or disaster, and entire bodies of knowledge can vanish within a few lifetimes. When Old Kingdom Egypt emerged, it brought with it hieroglyphs that were already highly sophisticated, a complete system from the moment we first see it. There's no long, gradual evolution of crude symbols into complex signs preserved for us as there is with Sumerian cuneiform. That absence is a mystery in itself. How does a script appear fully formed without visible trial runs? One possibility is that the trial runs are simply lost written on perishable materials like leather or wood that haven't survived. Another is that hieroglyphs were adapted from an earlier, now vanished system, perhaps belonging to a culture predating dynastic Egypt. Odd fact, in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Napoleon scholars recorded local traditions claiming the pyramids were built before the biblical flood. These stories were dismissed as folklore, but they show that alternative timelines were still alive in oral memory even then. The absence of early writing is one of archaeology's most stubborn blind spots. Without it, we have to read history through other means, the layout of ancient settlements, the tools and pottery they left behind, the wear patterns on stone blocks, even the pollen trapped in ancient sediments. But all of those are easier to lose than a carved inscription. The Nile's annual floods have swept away countless traces of earlier habitation, depositing thick layers of silt over what might have been entire villages. The desert winds can erase exposed sites in a matter of decades, scouring away walls and scattering smaller artifacts. Imagine a culture along the Nile around 8,000 years ago, long before the first pharaoh. They may have had seasonal settlements, perhaps even large ones built from mud brick and timber. Their monuments, if they built any, might have been of stone, but without inscriptions to declare their age or purpose. Over centuries, floods might bury them. Later builders might dismantle them for new projects. By the time dynastic Egypt emerged, only fragments might remain, and even those might be absorbed into new structures without anyone knowing their origin. And then comes the bias of recorded history. Once a monument is claimed in writing, that claim tends to stick. Khufu's name painted inside hidden chambers of the Great Pyramid became for most historians the final word on who built it, even though that paint could only date the mark itself, not necessarily the stone beneath it. The earliest written mention of something often becomes the default origin point, even when there's no direct evidence that the writing and the building are the same age. This is how gaps in the record become invisible. We have no text describing a pyramid older than the 4th dynasty, so the idea that such a thing could exist feels speculative. But the lack of a written mention isn't proof of absence, it's just proof of silence. And silence is what most of human history sounds like. Odd fact, the majority of Egypt's surviving written records are not grand declarations or histories, but administrative documents, tax receipts, grain tallies, legal disputes. The big events, the moments of origin and innovation, often slip through the cracks, especially if they happen before anyone thought to write them down. If the pyramids, or the earliest cores of them, are older than we think, then the first culture to work this plateau might have left its mark in other ways, in the orientation of the stones, to the stars, in the types of quarries they used, in the methods of cutting and shaping rock. Those clues would have to be read by geologists, architects, and engineers, rather than linguists. And they would have to be compared to the known techniques of later Egypt to see where they match and where they don't. It's here that the absence of writing cuts both ways. Without inscriptions, we can't tie a structure to a particular king or date. But without the assumptions that come with inscriptions, we also can't be sure we're looking at a pharaoh's work at all. The stone is just the stone, indifferent to the name carved or painted on it centuries later. In that way, the pyramids are almost a perfect metaphor for the unwritten past. They are mute, but monumental, full of clues that don't announce themselves waiting for someone to learn their language. They remind us that the timeline in the textbooks is built on whatever happens to survive, not on everything that ever happened. And so when you stand at the base of a pyramid and look up at its weathered flanks, You're not just looking at ancient Egyptian history, you're staring into the deep, pre-literate tunnel that stretches far behind it. Somewhere in that darkness may be the real story of when these stones were first cut, moved, and set in place. Writing might never tell us, but other voices, geology, climate science, comparative architecture, just might. If you ask someone in the bustling markets of ancient Thebes who built the pyramids, they might not have said our ancestors at all. They might have pointed to the old stories, stories about beings who lived before the first pharaohs, before the Nile flowed as it does now. Some said they were gods. Others called them the followers of Horus, and some, in whispers, spoke of giants. The followers of Horus appear in certain king lists, particularly the Palermo stone, an ancient basalt slab that preserves one of the earliest known sequences of rulers. In this telling, the human pharaohs were preceded by divine kings, beings who reigned for centuries at a time. Their names are mostly lost, reduced to fragments or symbolic titles, but their reigns stretch impossibly long, sometimes hundreds or thousands of years. Mainstream historians see these as mythoway for ancient Egyptians to give their civilization a divine lineage. But the idea that there was an era before the human kings was a given for them. Odd fact, the Palermo stone isn't unique in this. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerian king list also records impossibly long reigns for rulers before the Great Flood, some lasting tens of thousands of years. In the Hebrew Bible, patriarchs before the flood are said to live for centuries. Across cultures, the deep past is populated with long-lived figures who stand apart from ordinary humans, often credited with shaping the world as we know it. In Egypt, some legends credited the pyramids to these beings. In certain medieval Arabic accounts, the pyramids were said to have been built by a king named Surid, a figure who foresaw a great flood and raised the monuments to preserve knowledge. In others, they were attributed to the giants beings of immense size and strength who could move stones as if they were pebbles. Now, no credible evidence suggests that literal giants ever existed in the sense of towering humanoids. But in mythic language, giant can mean more than physical size. It can be a way of saying someone's skill or knowledge towered over that of later generations. To a mason in the 25th century BCE, inheriting a perfectly cut granite block from an earlier time, the original builder might have seemed superhuman, capable of feats beyond the tools and techniques he knew. The more you look, the more the myth of the followers of Horus feels like a cultural echo. Perhaps there was a real lineage of rulers or master builders passed down through memory long after their works became mysterious. Without written records from their own time, their identities would blur their deeds, inflated until they took on divine or semi-divine status. Over centuries, they would become less like remembered people and more like archetypes, the wise king, the mighty builder, the god who taught men to work in stone. Tool marks add fuel to this idea. Archaeologists have documented parts of the Giza complex, particularly in the Valley Temple and Sphinx Temple, where blocks are fitted with astonishing precision, far beyond what's needed for simple stability. Some of these joins are so tight that a blade of grass couldn't fit between them. In certain cases, the style of stone cutting differs noticeably from that used in nearby clearly Old Kingdom structures. This raises the possibility that the complex is a blend, later construction, integrated with earlier inherited elements. Odd fact, a handful of granite artifacts from ancient Egypt show concentric spiral grooves inside drilled holes almost like the thread of a screw. Experimental archaeology has shown that such grooves can be made with copper tube drills and abrasive sand, but the process is extremely slow. And the precision of the ancient examples remains impressive even by modern standards. The Old Kingdom toolkit, copper chisels, dolerite pounding stones, wooden sledges works for limestone but struggles with granite. This raises the question if some of the granite work at Giza was inherited from an earlier phase. What tools did those earlier builders use? They might not have been advanced in the modern sense, but they could have had specialized methods or materials that didn't survive in the archaeological record. Knowledge, after all, can vanish faster than stone, and that's where myth picks up the slack. When the how is lost, the who can swell into something extraordinary. The Egyptians themselves might have looked at the most ancient parts of the Giza plateau and decided they were the work of beings closer to gods than men. In later periods, Greek visitors folded these ideas into their own myths, identifying Osiris with Dionysus Horus with Apollo. The builders became part of a global pantheon of culture heroes. Imagine standing in Khafre's time, looking up at a monument already weathered, its edges softened, its origins unclear. The priests tell you it was raised in the first time, Zep-Tepi, when the gods walked among men. You accept this because what else could explain such perfection? And maybe you're right, not about gods in the literal sense, but about the work belonging to a time apart from your own. Odd fact, the term Zep-Tepi itself is slippery. In Egyptian cosmology, it refers to a mythical golden age, but some interpretations suggest it could preserve a distant cultural memory of a real earlier epoch, one that predated the desertification of the Sahara. If we strip away the supernatural layers, we might be left with something just as remarkable, the possibility that Egypt's own traditions were telling us all along that it inherited rather than invented some of its greatest works. The followers of Horus, the giants, the divine kings, these could be poetic stand-ins for a lineage of master builders whose works survived into the dynastic era. It's important to remember that for the Egyptians, history and myth were not separate categories. A king list could seamlessly move from gods to semi-divine beings, to human rulers without a break, because in their worldview, all were part of the same continuum. That makes our task harder sorting allegory from memory, but also richer because it means their myths might contain real fragments of the past refracted through centuries of retelling. Standing here today, you can let those layers wash over you. The wind against the pyramid's flanks could be the same wind that carried the voices of the first masons or the chants of the priests of Horus, or the gossip of laborers in Khafra's time. You can imagine them all claiming the same stones, weaving their own identities into the monument story, until no one could say for sure where one age ended and another began. And maybe that's the point. The pyramids were never meant to belong to just one moment in time. They were built, whether in one phase or many, to be timeless, to anchor Egypt's identity in something too large for any single name to contain. If myth had to fill in the blanks, then so be it. The stones were there to carry the weight. For most people today, the Great Pyramid is the ultimate tomb, a monumental resting place for Pharaoh Khufu, engineered to house his body and his treasures for eternity. That's the official story, the one on the museum placards and in school books. And yet, for all the confidence in that narrative, no pharaoh's remains have ever been found inside it. Not a single royal mummy. The granite sarcophagus in the king's chamber, empty its lid, long gone, its interior smooth but bare. This absence has given rise to a raft of alternative theories about the pyramid's original purpose, ideas that wander well beyond the boundaries of orthodox Egyptology. One of the most enduring and provocative is the so-called Giza power plant hypothesis, popularized by engineer Christopher Dunn. According to this view, the Great Pyramid was not a tomb at all, but a machine of some sort. Not a machine in the modern gear and lever sense, but an architectural device designed to harness, generate, or transmit energy. It sounds outrageous until you start looking at the building not as a burial monument, but as a set of structural and material choices. The king's chamber, for example, is made entirely of granite, a rock that contains quartz crystals. Quartz, when mechanically stressed, can generate an electric charge, a property known as piezoelectricity. The chamber sits inside a stack of massive granite beams, the so-called relieving chambers, which could in theory resonate like the soundboard of an instrument. Odd fact, visitors to the king's chamber often report that certain notes seem to linger in the air as if the stone itself is humming. Sound engineers who have tested the acoustics found that the room amplifies tones around 110 hertz, a frequency that can set up standing waves in the granite. Was this a coincidence? Or was the chamber tuned in some way to interact with sound and vibration? The Grand Gallery, too, is peculiar. At nearly 8 meters high, with corbelled walls that step inward as they rise, it's far larger than necessary for a passageway. Dunn speculates that its design could have supported resonant or mechanical functions, perhaps even acting as part of a system to channel vibrational energy toward the king's chamber. Then there are the so-called air shafts from the king's and queen's chambers. In the orthodox view, these are symbolic conduits to the stars' alignments with specific constellations thought to aid the pharaoh's spirit in the afterlife. But the shafts are blocked partway by small stone doors fitted with copper handles, an odd feature if they were purely symbolic. To a mechanical eye, they might look more like access points or components in a larger system. The most dramatic evidence for something unusual came in 2017, when a team using muon tomography, essentially cosmic ray imaging, discovered a large, previously unknown void above the Grand Gallery. Mainstream archaeologists have cautiously described it as a relieving space or unfinished chamber, but in alternative circles, it's seen as a potential missing piece of whatever the pyramid's original function might have been. So, what kind of power could this building have been designed to work with? The speculative range is wide. Some proponents imagine it as an acoustic resonator, amplifying natural vibrations from the earth and converting them into usable energy. Others picture it as a massive pump, using the rising and falling of the Nile's waters to drive some kind of hydraulic process. The more exotic versions leap straight to wireless energy transmission, evoking Nikola Tesla's experiments in the early 20th century. Mainstream archaeology, of course, rejects these ideas as unfounded. They point out that no direct evidence, no ancient records, no surviving machinery supports the notion of an energy device. The pyramid's internal structure can be explained in purely architectural terms, designed to bear the immense weight of stone above without collapsing. The acoustic properties, they argue, are an accident of shape and material, not a deliberate engineering goal. But here's the thing. Even without buying into the wilder edges of the power plant theory, it's worth noting that ancient structures often served more than one purpose. A temple could be a place of worship, a political statement, and an astronomical observatory all at once. The Great Pyramid could have been a tomb and a symbolic model of the cosmos, and something else, something we no longer have the cultural vocabulary to describe. Odd fact, in ancient Egypt, architecture was deeply tied to cosmology. Temples were built as symbolic islands rising from the primordial waters of creation, their proportions reflecting celestial and mythological concepts. If the pyramid was tuned, aligned, or designed in ways that had practical as well as symbolic effects, those effects might have been seen as part of its sacred function. Imagine stepping into the king's chamber in its earliest days. There are no tourists, no artificial lights, only flickering oil lamps, casting long shadows up the polished granite walls. You hear a low chant, begin a dozen voices, sustaining a single note. The sound swells, thickens, and you feel it in your bones as much as hear it. The air seems to vibrate. The stone itself seems to sing back. Whether you call that energy, in the modern sense, or something more spiritual, it's an experience designed to be felt as much as seen. It's also possible that any machine-like qualities were incidental. The builders may have understood resonance pressure and material properties without framing them in the same terms we do. They may have chosen granite for its durability and beauty, and simply accepted its acoustic side effects as part of the building's magic. What's undeniable is that the Great Pyramid doesn't fit neatly into the category of tombs as we understand them. Unlike the Valley of the Kings, there are no elaborate wall paintings or inscriptions describing the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife. The stark geometric spaces are almost aggressively functional in appearance, even austere. If you stripped away the cultural context and showed the interior to an engineer with no knowledge of Egypt, they might not guess burial as its primary purpose. Perhaps the pyramid's mystery lies in our habit of needing a single answer. It's more comfortable to call it a tomb, or a machine, or a monument than to admit it could be all three or something else entirely. Maybe it was built by a culture that saw no contradiction between the spiritual and the technical, that designed with an eye toward eternity in both the symbolic and the physical sense. In the end, whether you believe in the Giza power plant hypothesis or not, the pyramid forces you to confront the possibility that there's more to it than the standard story allows. The absence of a body, the peculiar architectural features, the unexplained voids, they're all invitations to look closer, to question what we think we know. And maybe that's the real energy of the pyramid. Not electricity, not vibration, but curiosity. The kind that keeps us coming back to these stones, running our hands over their weathered surfaces, wondering what their builders were really trying to leave behind. If you were to take a step back from the Giza plateau, not physically, but in your mind, you'd see the pyramids not as isolated monuments, but as pieces in a much larger puzzle. Scattered across the globe are structures that share certain traits with them: massive stone blocks, fitted with uncanny precision, astronomical alignments so exact they seem to demand advanced surveying, and sometimes myths of a golden age before recorded history. The most obvious parallels are in Mesoamerica, where civilizations like the Maya and the Aztecs built pyramids of their own. On the surface, they're very different stepped platforms with temples on top, not smooth-sided giants like those at Giza, but the underlying ideas echo each other: mountains built by hand, serving as both ceremonial centers and symbolic links between earth and sky. The Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, for example, is aligned to the setting sun on specific dates tied to agricultural cycles. Its builders, like those of Giza, embedded their understanding of the heavens in their architecture. Odd fact: Teotihuacan's Pyramid of the Sun has a base perimeter remarkably close in length to that of the Great Pyramid, within a few percent, despite the two being on opposite sides of the planet and separated by thousands of years. Most scholars chalk this up to coincidence or to practical constraints of human construction, but it still sparks the imagination. Farther south in Peru, the megalithic site of Sacsayhuaman, above Cusco, features walls built from multi-ton blocks of stone, fitted together with joints so tight you can't slip a knife blade between them. The blocks have irregular shapes with multiple angles, yet they interlock perfectly without mortar. In some places, the surfaces are so smoothly polished they look like poured concrete. While the Inca are often credited with these walls, some researchers believe they may have been built atop or alongside earlier construction by an unknown culture. And then there's Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon. Its ancient temple platform includes some of the largest worked stones ever moved by humans, each weighing over 800 tons. The Roman builders who constructed the temples on top of this platform were skilled engineers, but even they seem to inherit the megalithic foundation from an earlier phase. Moving stones of that size with ancient technology isn't impossible, but it's hard enough to make you wonder why anyone would do it unless they were following a long-standing tradition of building on a truly monumental scale. Odd fact: Baalbek's largest stone, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, was only recently surpassed in size by another nearby block, discovered still partly buried in its quarry. That second stone is estimated to weigh over 1,000 tons, making it the largest known worked monolith in the ancient world. The parallels aren't just in size, they're in precision and orientation. Many of these sites, including Giza, show alignments to solstices, equinoxes, or specific stars. Machu Picchu in Peru is aligned with the sunrise on the winter solstice. Stonehenge in England, though a different style, entirely frames both the summer solstice sunrise and the winter solstice sunset. Across time and geography, ancient builders seemed obsessed with fixing the movements of the heavens into the permanence of stone. Why? The practical explanation is that tracking celestial events helped with agriculture navigation and ritual timing. But there's also a symbolic dimension. By aligning a monument with the heavens, you tie it to something eternal, something that will still be there long after the builders are gone. In this sense, the pyramids are cousins to every observatory, every standing stone, every mountain of masonry built to mirror the stars. And yet, while these parallels are striking, we can't assume they mean direct contact between cultures. Mainstream archaeology holds that similar challenges like the desire to build something permanent, the need to track the seasons, and the use of stone as the most durable material can lead to similar solutions in different places. This idea, called convergent cultural evolution, explains the likenesses without invoking lost global civilizations. But alternative thinkers point out that some similarities are hard to brush aside. The use of massive blocks when smaller ones would do. The repetition of specific geometric ratios. The recurrence of myths about a first time or golden age when knowledge was greater. Could these be the fingerprints of a shared legacy passed down through oral tradition from a prehistoric culture that seeded architectural ideas across the world? Imagine for a moment that such a culture existed not as a globe-spanning empire in the Hollywood sense, but as a network of coastal and riverine communities, connected by trade, marriage, and shared rituals. They wouldn't need steamships or satellites to spread ideas. A skilled builder from one region could travel with traders to another, share techniques, and return home with new ones. Over centuries, those techniques would adapt to local materials and needs, producing structures that are different in style but similar in underlying principles. Odd fact, genetic and linguistic studies suggest that human populations have been capable of long-distance maritime travel for tens of thousands of years. The Austronesian expansion, for example, carried people and culture from Taiwan to Madagascar to Easter Island in under 3,000 years, all without modern navigation tools. If people could cross oceans in the distant past, the possibility of shared architectural traditions becomes less far-fetched. Even without direct contact between, say, Egypt and Peru, the exchange of ideas could have rippled through intermediate cultures over millennia. There's also the question of forgotten technology, not advanced in the sci-fi sense, but in the sense of highly specialized tools, materials, or techniques that left little archaeological trace. A simple wooden device for moving large stones could vanish entirely if it rotted away, leaving only the megaliths it helped position. The fact that we don't know exactly how the blocks of Giza Baalbek or Sacsayhuaman were moved doesn't mean it was impossible. It just means the methods were not preserved in the surviving record. Standing on the Giza Plateau, it's tempting to look out across these parallels and imagine a web of ancient builders speaking the same architectural language. You can picture them as master masons, their craft passed through generations, like a treasured song, always changing a little, but never losing its core. The pyramid in front of you could be one verse in that song, echoed by the step temples of Mesoamerica, the terraces of the Andes, the rings of Stonehenge, and the giant stones of Baalbek. Whether or not there was a single source, the result is the same. Scattered across the world are places where the earth itself has been shaped into something that defies time. These sites whisper to each other across oceans and centuries, their messages partly in stone, partly in the sky. The Great Pyramid may not have been built in isolation, but even if it was, it now shares a kinship with monuments on every continent, all of them human attempts to touch the eternal. And perhaps that's the deeper connection, less about lost civilizations, and more about the shared impulse to leave something that lasts. In that sense, the pyramid is both unique and universal, a singular marvel, and at the same time, part of a family of human dreams made solid. You leave the open plateau in your mind's eye and step into the shadow of the great Sphinx. Even in the moonlight, its face is a puzzle, half regal, half eroded, a blend of deliberate artistry and the slow grind of time. It stares east toward the rising sun, as if guarding not just the pyramids, but the memory of a world before them. To most visitors, the Sphinx is as old as the pyramids themselves, carved by the same civilization and serving as part of the same grand plan. The standard story says it was cut from the limestone bedrock during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre around 2500 BCE, and that the face is his likeness. The body, weathered and cracked, is said to have suffered from thousands of years of wind and occasional Nile flooding. But in the late 20th century, this comfortable narrative began to shake. In the 1990s, geologist Robert Schoch, working with independent researcher John Anthony West, put forward a controversial claim: the deep vertical weathering on the Sphinx's body and surrounding enclosure walls wasn't the work of mere wind and sand. It was caused by heavy, sustained rainfall. And here's the kicker: the last time the Giza Plateau saw that kind of rain was thousands of years before Khafre's time, back when the Sahara was still green. Odd fact, Schoch's initial weathering estimates suggested the Sphinx could date to at least 7,000, 9,000 years ago, possibly even earlier. That would place its origin deep into the African humid period, long before the rise of dynastic Egypt. Mainstream Egyptologists pushed back, pointing out that stylistic evidence, such as the design of the nearby temples, supports the 2500 BCE date. But the geological debate remains unsettled in some circles. If Schoch is right, then Khafre may not have built the Sphinx at all. Instead, he may have inherited it, restoring the face, possibly recarving it into his own likeness, and building his pyramid complex around it. That would make the Sphinx not just a guardian of Giza, but a literal survivor from a lost chapter of Egyptian prehistory. The enclosure around the Sphinx tells its own story. The limestone walls there are cut with deep channels, their rounded shapes looking more like the result of flowing water than the crisp, angular erosion caused by wind-blown sand. In some places, the rock is undercut in a way that suggests pooling or repeated soaking. If you imagine the Sphinx's body once standing in a basin during periods of heavy rain, the patterns start to make sense. Odd fact, ancient records from the New Kingdom over 1,000 years after Khafra already refer to the Sphinx as being buried in sand up to its neck, requiring clearance for ceremonies. This means that for most of its history, the monument has been more buried than visible, and yet it has survived. If the Sphinx does predate the pyramids, then its original purpose becomes an even bigger mystery. Was it a temple in itself? A monument to a particular deity? An astronomical marker? Some have noted that in 10,500 BCE, the constellation, Leo the Lion, rose directly in the east, at the spring equinox, aligning perfectly with the Sphinx's gaze. This has fueled speculation that it was built as part of a larger astronomical scheme, perhaps tied to the same Orion correlation theory that some see reflected in the pyramid's layout. Imagine the scene in that far-off epoch. The plateau is not a desert, but a grassy plain dotted with small lakes. Early Nile cultures, or perhaps even older peoples, gather near the limestone outcrop that will become the Sphinx. They carve the lion's body from the rock, its flanks smooth and unbroken, its face perhaps human, perhaps something else entirely. At dawn on the equinox, they watch the sun rise in direct alignment with the monument, and above it, Leo gleams in the brightening sky. Over time, the climate shifts. The rains fade, the grass dies back, and the sand begins its slow advance. Later cultures come and go, each finding the Sphinx already old, its builders forgotten. They repair it, they carve stelae in its shadow, they weave it into their own myths. By the time Khafre's architects arrive, it is already an ancient relic, ready to be claimed as a piece of his glory. Odd fact, between the Sphinx's paws lies the dream stele, erected by Pharaoh Thutmose IV around 1400 BCE. The inscription claims that the Sphinx spoke to him in a dream, promising him the throne if he cleared away the sand. Whether or not the dream happened, the story shows how powerful the Sphinx's presence was, even in antiquity. The face itself may hold clues. Some argue that the proportions are off for a pharaonic portrait, too small relative to the body, as if it had been recarved from an earlier larger head. If the original head was a lion's, the weathering patterns could support the idea that it stuck out farther from the body in its first incarnation, eroding differently from the rest. Mainstream archaeology prefers the simpler explanation. The Sphinx is Khafre's work, and any anomalies in proportion are due to the limitations of carving from a single bedrock outcrop. Yet the geological evidence for earlier rainfall remains compelling enough that the debate continues. Standing here in your mind, the moonlight pooling in the Sphinx's silent gaze, you can feel the weight of both possibilities. If it is truly Khafre's, it is still a marvel of his reign, a seamless blend of architecture and landscape. But if it is older, much older, It is the last, lonely sentinel of a vanished civilization standing watch, while everything else from its time has been erased. And maybe that's the most unsettling thought of all. The pyramids are grand, but they sit in a continuum of Egyptian history we can read and trace. The Sphinx, if it is from another age, hints at an entire story. We don't even have the outlines of a world whose monuments may now be sand-covered, submerged, or crumbled beyond recognition. The wind blows fine grains against your face. In the dim light, the Sphinx looks less like a statue and more like a living thing crouched in eternal patience. You could swear it knows the answers we're missing, but it's not speaking, not to you, not to anyone, not yet. If you step away from the Giza plateau and follow the Nile upstream in your mind, the desert begins to shift. The wind-blown dunes give way to sheer cliffs, their faces streaked with colors from deep within the rock, rust-red pale gold, and streaks of black that glint under the sun. These cliffs are more than dramatic scenery. They are the quarries, the hidden hearts of Egypt's megalithic legacy. Every pyramid, temple, and colossus began here with stone still locked in the earth. The limestone for the Great Pyramid was quarried right from the plateau itself, but its inner sanctuaries, the king's chamber, the relieving chambers above it, were built from granite. And that granite didn't come from anywhere near Giza. It came from Aswan, almost 900 kilometers to the south. Odd fact, granite is one of the hardest building stones in the world, with a Mohs hardness of around 6 to 7. That's harder than steel. To cut it, the ancient Egyptians are said to have used copper chisels and dolerite pounders. Dolerite is tough enough to chip granite, but the work is slow back-breaking and incredibly precise if you want clean edges. In Aswan, you can still visit the ancient quarries. The most famous feature there is the unfinished obelisk, an enormous slab of granite still attached to the bedrock, cracked along one side. If it had been completed, it would have stood nearly 42 meters tall and weighed around 1,200 tons, making it the largest known obelisk ever attempted. The crack that doomed it is a geological flaw, but its very existence raises questions. If they were capable of shaping such a massive piece of stone, what other projects might they have undertaken and lost to history? Moving these blocks from Aswan to Giza is another engineering puzzle. The mainstream explanation is that they were dragged to the Nile loaded onto barges and floated downstream during the flood season when the river ran deep. But these were not small cargoes. Some blocks in the Great Pyramid's inner chambers weigh between 25 and 80 tons. A single mistake in transport could send such a block to the bottom of the river, never to be recovered. Odd fact, there is evidence that ancient Egyptians engineered special harbors and canals to make these deliveries smoother. Some recent research even suggests that a branch of the Nile may have extended closer to the Giza Plateau during pyramid construction, allowing boats to dock within a few hundred meters of the site. But the quarries at Giza and Aswan tell another story too, one written in the marks left behind. In many cases, the tool marks match the expected pattern of pounding stones and chisels. In others, The marks are so straight, so smooth, and so uniform that they've sparked debate. Some appear to follow a continuous curve or spiral as if cut by a saw or drilled with a tool beyond the known capabilities of the Old Kingdom. Mainstream archaeologists explain these as results of persistence and skill workers patiently grinding away with abrasive slurry and copper drills. Experimental archaeology has shown that such techniques can produce the same patterns, but it's slow work, and scaling it up to the size and precision found in Egypt is daunting. Alternative theorists point to these marks as hints of forgotten tools or methods perhaps from a time before the pharaohs. Then there's Tura, a site east of the Nile, where fine white limestone was quarried for the outer casing of the pyramids. This stone, polished to a gleaming finish, would have made the Great Pyramid shine like a beacon in the sun, visible for miles. Over the centuries, most of those casing stones were stripped away for other building projects, but a few still remain at the base of Khafra's pyramid. Their surfaces so precisely cut that the joints between them are almost invisible. Odd fact, Tura limestone was so prized that even in the later Ptolemaic and Roman periods, it was still being quarried and transported for temple statues and other high-profile projects. That means quarrying knowledge persisted in Egypt for over 2,000 years, with relatively little change in technique. The movement of stone in such quantities suggests an organizational skill that goes far beyond brute labor. You need surveyors to plan the cuts, engineers to design the transport routes, crews to operate barges, and foremen to coordinate the teams at both ends. If the earliest phase of Giza's monuments predates dynastic Egypt, then the ability to manage such logistics must have been inherited from an earlier system, one capable of mobilizing and sustaining large workforces over vast distances. One of the more intriguing possibilities is that quarries themselves might be some of our oldest archaeological sites in Egypt. Unlike temples, which can be torn down or rebuilt, quarries are harder to erase. Their scars in the landscape can last tens of thousands of years. If an earlier culture worked these same granite and limestone beds, traces of their cuts might still be there, hidden under later activity, or mistaken for more recent work. Imagine standing in the Aswan quarry, not in the time of the pharaohs, but centuries, even millennia earlier. You see crews working in the dawn light. Their tools, not copper chisels, but something else, stone hammers shaped to fit the hand perfectly, or perhaps a method of splitting rock that uses water and heat instead of pounding. They work the granite in great blocks, knowing exactly where the internal faults lie, shaping pieces meant for a monument far to the north. If those earlier monuments still existed, perhaps they'd resemble the earliest core of the Great Pyramid, or the megalithic blocks of the Valley Temple, or the Sphinx enclosure. Over time, they'd be adopted by later rulers, expanded, and rebranded until their true origins were forgotten. The journey of the stone is in many ways the hidden half of the story of Giza. Without the quarries, the barges, the roads, and the human willpower to move the immovable, the pyramids would be nothing more than a sketch in the sand. And every block, whether from Giza's own limestone beds or from Aswan's granite cliffs, carries with it the memory of that journey etched into its surface in the faint, stubborn marks of the tools that shaped it. Standing now at the edge of an ancient quarry, you can almost hear the thud of dolerite pounders against granite, the creak of ropes under strain, the call of overseers keeping the rhythm. Somewhere in that soundscape is the heartbeat of an entire civilization, or perhaps more than one beating through the ages in stone. If you could peel away the sands and sediments of the Nile Valley like layers of cloth, you'd find that the Giza Plateau is not just a stage for pyramids. It's a node in a network of sites stretching up and down the river. Each of these sites holds its own story, but together they whisper about something larger, the possibility that the grand monuments of the Old Kingdom were the culmination of a much older architectural lineage. Just south of modern-day Cairo lies Dashur, home to two of the most unusual pyramids in Egypt, the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid, both built during the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu. The Bent Pyramid earns its name because its slope changes partway up, giving it a distinct kinked profile. Officially, this was a construction adjustment, a change of plan mid-build to prevent collapse. But some researchers think it may reflect the builders experimenting with a design inherited from older models, trying to adapt what they had seen elsewhere into something new. Odd fact, the Bent Pyramid's outer casing is one of the best preserved in Egypt, and in certain light it still gleams. If the Great Pyramid had retained all of its white limestone facing, it would have been just as dazzling, catching the sunlight in a way that could be seen for dozens of miles. Travel farther south, and you reach Saqqara, the necropolis of ancient Memphis. Here stands the Step Pyramid of Djoser, often hailed as the first large-scale stone building in Egypt. Designed by the enigmatic architect Imhotep, it rises in 6 tiers, like a giant stone staircase to the sky. Orthodox history says this was the leap from mud brick to megalithic stonework, the moment when Egyptian builders learned to stack limestone blocks in monumental fashion. But the Step Pyramid complex contains something older-looking massive stone walls fitted with irregular precision, strangely reminiscent of megalithic masonry in Peru or the Valley Temple at Giza. Some sections show weathering patterns that seem out of step with their supposed age, as if they had been exposed for centuries before Djoser's time. It raises the possibility that Imhotep's innovation may have been as much about refurbishing and expanding an older site as inventing from scratch. Odd fact, the underground passages beneath the Step Pyramid stretch for more than 5 kilometers, a labyrinth of corridors and chambers. Their sheer scale suggests that whoever first began cutting into the bedrock here had ambitions that went far beyond a single royal tomb. Continue upriver, and you find Abydos, one of the most sacred sites in ancient Egypt. Here lies the Temple of Seti, famous for its Abydos king. List a carved record of pharaohs stretching back into the mists of time. But just behind it, half buried in the sand, is something stranger, the Osirion. This subterranean structure consists of massive granite pillars, some weighing over 100 tons, set in a deep trench that can be flooded with water. Unlike the delicate carvings of the main temple, the Osirion's blocks are austere and monumental, more in line with the Valley Temple or even Baalbek than with New Kingdom architecture. Mainstream Egyptologists date the Osirion to the time of Set-Ifar, saying it was built as a symbolic tomb of Osiris. But its megalithic style is so unlike anything else from his reign that alternative researchers have long suspected it might be a much older structure incorporated into Seti's temple complex, just as Khafre may have incorporated the Sphinx into his. Odd fact: local legend holds that Abydos was the site of the first land, the place where the god Osiris was buried, and from which Egyptian civilization emerged. Even in the time of the pharaohs, it was seen as ancient beyond reckoning. Go even farther south past Luxor in the Valley of the Kings, and you arrive at Elephantine Island near Aswan. This granite outcrop was a major trading hub, but it also has signs of deep antiquity blocks with faint weathered carvings that don't match the style of the surrounding ruins, niches cut into bedrock, whose purposes are unknown, and quarry scars that might date to before the Old Kingdom. It's tempting to see this as another piece of the same puzzle sites along the Nile that may have been in use long before they entered the written record. When you link all of these places together, Giza Dashur, Saqqara, Abydos, Aswan, you get a chain of monumental architecture that could have been built, rebuilt, and repurposed over thousands of years. The pharaohs may have been less the inventors of Egypt's megalithic tradition than its inheritors, refurbishing and expanding what earlier cultures had left behind. Imagine an early Nile civilization thriving during the wetter Sahara period, with the river as its superhighway. Its builders experiment with stone, creating monumental platforms, temples, and statues along the river's length. As the climate dries and the Nile changes course, some sites are abandoned, others reoccupied. Centuries pass, and when the dynastic Egyptians rise to power, they find these ancient ruins still standing. Some they dismantle for building material. Others they incorporate into new works, weaving their own history into the bones of something older. Over time, the original context fades, and the inherited monuments become pharaonic by default. Odd fact: this process of inheritance is not unique to Egypt. In Mesoamerica, the Aztecs claim to have built the city of Teotihuacan, but we now know they arrived long after it was abandoned, naming it the place where the gods were made because it was already ancient when they found it. The same could easily have happened in the Nile Valley. Seen this way, the Giza Plateau is not an isolated miracle of engineering, but one chapter in a long-running tradition of monumental building along the Nile, a tradition that may stretch far beyond the start date given in conventional history. The massive quarries, the abrupt appearance of advanced stonework, the occasional mismatch in style between different parts of a single site, all hint at a legacy passed from hand to hand over thousands of years. Standing in the shadow of the Great Pyramid, you can almost trace this invisible river of knowledge back upstream, past Khufu, past Djoser, past the nameless builders of the Osirian until it disappears into the floodwaters of prehistory. And somewhere in that flood, perhaps lies the true first architect of Giza, a figure we'll likely never know, but whose vision still stands in stone on the edge of the desert. Stand on the Giza plateau at night when the tour buses have gone and the floodlights are off, and the sky above is a scatter of cold, brilliant stars. Without the glare of modern Cairo in your eyes, you notice something. Three of those stars seem to echo the pattern of the pyramids below. This is the seed of the Orion correlation theory, made famous in the 1990s by Robert Bauval. He proposed that the layout of the three main pyramids at Giza mirrors the three belt stars of the constellation Orion, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka, not by accident, but by deliberate design. The match isn't perfect, but the relative spacing and slight offset of the smallest pyramid line up intriguingly with the stars' positions in the sky. Mainstream archaeology doesn't deny that the pyramids align to cardinal points with remarkable accuracy. The Great Pyramid is within a fraction of a degree of true north, something hard to achieve even with modern surveying tools. But the idea that their ground plan also mirrors a star pattern is more controversial. Critics argue that with enough imagination, you can find correlations between many sets of points on Earth and constellations in the sky. Odd fact, Bauval's theory goes further. He suggests that the alignment isn't to the current position of Orion's belt, but to where it would have been around 10,500 BCE due to the slow wobble of Earth's axis known as precession. In that era, Orion would have been at its lowest point in the night sky, while the Sphinx, if it existed, then would have faced directly toward the rising constellation Leo at dawn on the spring equinox. If true, this would suggest that Giza's builders, or their predecessors, were aware of precession thousands of years before Hipparchus is credited with discovering it in the 2nd century BCE. That's a staggering leap in astronomical knowledge. It would also push the conceptual origins of the Giza complex deep into prehistory, even if the current pyramids were built later on the same plan. In ancient Egyptian cosmology, Orion was associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife resurrection and the cycles of nature. To align the pyramids with Orion could have been a symbolic act linking the pharaoh's soul with the eternal rebirth of the stars. The Milky Way, running through the night sky, was seen as a heavenly reflection of the Nile. In this grand cosmic mirror, Orion on the west bank would match the pyramids, while the Sphinx and the east bank corresponded to Leo rising. Odd fact, texts from the Pyramid Age mention the starry sky as the destination of the king's Ba spirit, with specific references to going to Orion and joining the imperishable stars. Whether or not the builders mapped these beliefs directly into the ground plan, the association was strong enough to endure for centuries. The astronomical alignment idea isn't limited to Orion. The so-called air shafts from the king's and queen's chambers in the Great Pyramid are thought to point toward specific stars during the time of construction. The southern shaft from the king's chamber, for example, appears to have been aimed at Alnitak in Orion's belt, while the northern shaft may have targeted Thuban in the constellation Draco, which was the pole star around 2500 BCE. These shafts are too small for a human to crawl through, so their function remains debated. If they were purely for ventilation, their precise stellar alignments are a strange coincidence. If they were symbolic, meant as spiritual pathways for the pharaoh's soul to travel to the stars, then they show an extraordinary integration of architecture and astronomy. The Orion theory's biggest challenge is that it asks us to imagine the Giza site being planned with a time depth of thousands of years. Even if Khufu Khafra and Menkaura were the ones who physically built the pyramids, Bauval's version implies they were following an ancient blueprint, one that preserved a sky pattern from a much earlier epoch. It's not impossible. Many ancient cultures passed down astronomical knowledge orally for generations. Aboriginal Australians have preserved star lore for tens of thousands of years. Polynesian navigators memorized the positions of hundreds of stars to travel vast distances at sea. If an early Nile civilization had reason to honor a specific sky configuration, they could have marked it in stone and soil long before the pyramids themselves rose. Odd fact, the precessional clock that shifts the sky's positions operates on a 26,000-year cycle. To aim for a specific point in that cycle requires not just observation, but records, whether written, carved, or encoded in structures. This makes the idea of a 10,500 BCE alignment especially bold. Mainstream scholars often point out that we don't need to invoke such an ancient date to explain the Giza plan. The pyramids may simply reflect local topography and practical concerns, solid bedrock for foundations, access to quarries, and alignment to the cardinal points for symbolic and functional reasons. The star correlation could be a coincidence or a symbolic nod rather than a literal astronomical map. And yet, stand on the plateau in the cool pre-dawn air, look up at Orion, glittering over the desert, and it's hard not to feel that the stars above and the stones below, are speaking to each other. Even if the builders didn't set out to replicate the heavens, the resemblance is powerful enough to have inspired centuries of speculation. The Orion theory, like so many Giza mysteries, may never be proven. But it forces us to confront a bigger question. How much did the ancients know about the sky? And how far back does that knowledge go? Was astronomy at Giza simply a tool for ritual and religion? Or was it part of a long-running tradition of watching the heavens and marking their changes in the most permanent way possible in stone? As the first light of dawn brushes the horizon, the belt stars fade and the pyramid silhouettes sharpen against the sky. Whether they are Orion's earthly twins or not, their presence beside the Sphinx in the Nile feels deliberate, as if some ancient hand drew a line between heaven and earth and dared us to notice. Long before modern science began measuring the earth with satellites and laser instruments, ancient builders seemed to possess an uncanny knack for placing their monuments in ways that hinted at a larger, perhaps even global awareness of geography. The Great Pyramid is one of the most striking examples. Not only is it aligned almost perfectly to true north, within just 360 of a degree, but it also sits at a location that has fueled endless speculation near the intersection of the longest line of latitude and the longest line of longitude on land. Now, whether that exact geographic fact was known to its builders is debated, but the pyramid's positioning and orientation are so precise that even with modern tools, surveyors find it remarkable. Each side of its base faces almost exactly the cardinal points of feet that would be challenging today without GPS or advanced compasses. The most accepted explanation is that the Egyptians used the star's possibly circumpolar ones near the celestial pole to achieve this alignment. They could have tracked the movements of certain stars at night, marking when they reached their highest and lowest points, and then bisected the angle to find true north. Odd fact, over thousands of years, the slight shifting of Earth's axis precession has changed the stars visible at the pole. Around the time of the pyramid's construction, the star Thuban in the constellation Draco was the pole star, and it may have served as a critical marker for the builders' surveys. Beyond its orientation, the Great Pyramid is also loaded with proportions that seem to encode mathematical and astronomical constants. Its height, relative to the perimeter of its base, for example, produces a ratio close to 2p, suggesting that the builders may have known how to approximate the relationship between a circle's circumference and its diameter. The pyramid's dimensions also yield numbers close to the length of a solar year when converted into certain ancient measurement units, and its slope angle of roughly 51.84 degrees has been linked to geometric principles involving the golden ratio. Mainstream scholars generally view these correlations as either coincidental or the result of practical design choices. The angle, for instance, could have been chosen because it provided stability for the structure and an efficient distribution of weight. The appearance of P-like proportions may be an accidental byproduct of using a specific ratio between height and base length. Still, the sheer number of such coincidences makes some researchers wonder whether the pyramid's architects embedded these relationships deliberately. Odd fact, the base of the Great Pyramid is not perfectly square. It is slightly longer east-west than north-south, a variation so minor that it could have been intentional. Some suggest this subtle adjustment might account for curvature in the earth or for compensating visual illusions from a viewer's perspective. Then there's the question of the site's position relative to other ancient landmarks. Some enthusiasts note that if you draw great circles, Earth's largest possible straight lines from Giza to other famous sites, they pass close to multiple megalithic locations worldwide, including Easter Island, Nazca, and Angkor Wat. While many of these connections may be the result of cherry-picking points, the idea of global alignments has intrigued even sober-minded geographers. It raises the possibility that ancient builders might have been aware of Earth's shape and dimensions in ways we don't credit them for. This notion isn't without precedent. The ancient Greeks, by 240 BCE, had already estimated the Earth's circumference with surprising accuracy using shadows and geometry thanks to Eratosthenes. If knowledge like that could be developed in the relatively recent past, Perhaps earlier civilizations had similar insights, but encoded them in different ways, like monumental architecture instead of written proofs. Imagine the surveying process on the plateau. Teams of workers stand at night with sighting poles watching the slow wheel of the stars. A master surveyor calls for markers to be set in the sand, adjusting their positions until the alignments are perfect. By day, others stretch ropes coated in red pigment, measuring the distances with precision born of ritual as much as practicality. Every step is deliberate, and every marker is part of a grand geometric vision that will culminate in millions of tons of stone arranged exactly where the heavens and the earth say they must go. Odd fact, archaeologists have found copper and wood tools that may have been used in surveying, along with evidence of stretching the cord ceremonies in which priests and officials marked out the ground plan of temples and monuments while invoking the gods. The act of aligning a building was not just engineering, it was sacred geometry in the truest sense. Some modern theorists have gone further, suggesting that Giza's layout could function as a kind of geodetic marker for the ancient world, a reference point from which distances and directions to other sacred sites were measured. While there's no direct evidence the Egyptians engaged in such long-range mapping, the idea speaks to how carefully they chose this plateau. Solid bedrock close to the Nile, elevated above flood levels, with a clear line of sight to the horizon in all directions. And here's a thought that loops us back to older possibilities. If the plateau's location was chosen not just for practical reasons, but because it fit into a larger geographic or astronomical scheme, who first identified it? Was it truly Khufu's architects, or were they building atop a site marked out long before his reign? One whose original survey points were still visible in their time. Picture the plateau, thousands of years earlier perhaps, when the Nile flowed differently and the climate was wetter. An earlier culture might have noted the unique stability of this high limestone ridge, its unobstructed views, and its visibility from miles away. They might have begun marking it not with pyramids, but with stone circles, mounds or alignments now lost to erosion or buried beneath later construction. Khufu's engineers could have found these markers and recognized their precision, choosing to incorporate them into their own plans. Mainstream archaeology, while cautious about such deep-time scenarios, does acknowledge that the Egyptians built atop older foundations in many places. Temples from the New Kingdom were often raised on Middle Kingdom or Old Kingdom bases, which themselves sometimes stood over even earlier structures. If Giza's sacred geography predated the Fourth Dynasty, it would fit a broader pattern of continuity in site selection, a chain stretching back into Egypt's murkiest prehistory. Standing there today, you can see why someone, at some point, decided this was the place to anchor the world. The horizon feels limitless, the ground solid as a promise, and above you, the stars wheel slowly, just as they have for tens of thousands of years. Whatever their motives, religion, power, geometry, or all three, the builders of Giza set their work into the very fabric of the planet. And that's the enduring impression, not just stone stacked into a shape, but a meeting of earth and sky, fixed in place with a precision that seems to bridge the gulf between ancient and modern minds. Whether by inherited knowledge or their own genius, they nailed it literally into the coordinates of forever. Walk through the narrow passages of the Great Pyramid in your mind, ducking under granite lintels, squeezing through sloping corridors, and you'll notice something odd. This is not a straightforward tomb. The interior layout is unlike anything in other Egyptian pyramids. Instead of a simple burial chamber near the base, the Great Pyramid contains a series of passages and rooms stacked vertically in a way that feels almost mechanical. The first chamber you'd encounter is misnamed the Queen's Chamber. No queen was ever buried there, and Egyptologists debate its actual purpose. Its ceiling forms a pointed vault, and from its north and south walls extend the mysterious air shafts that, as we've seen, point toward specific stars. These shafts don't even reach the outside of the pyramid. They're blocked near the ends by small stone doors fitted with copper pins. The Queen's Chamber is centrally located inside the pyramid, like the heart of the whole structure. Yet there's no clear reason for it to exist in a purely funerary design. Far above is the King's Chamber, a granite-lined room housing the so-called sarcophagus, an undecorated box made of a single piece of hard granite, too large to have been moved in after construction. Surrounding it are 5 narrow relieving chambers stacked one atop another, filled with massive granite beams. These are assumed to distribute the weight of the pyramid so the chamber doesn't collapse, but they also create an enclosed layered space, unlike any in other tombs. Odd fact, when 19th century explorer John Perring was clearing the King's Chamber, he noted strange acoustic properties. Certain sounds seemed to resonate in the granite, producing a deep, lingering tone. Later tests found the chamber amplifies vibrations around 110 hertz, the same frequency noted earlier in our discussion of the Giza power plant idea. And then there's the Grand Gallery, a 47-meter-long passageway that rises at an angle, its corbelled walls narrowing toward the ceiling. At its upper end is the so-called antechamber, with 3 slots cut into its wall slots that could have held massive portcullis stones, perhaps as a security measure or as part of a more complex function. The gallery itself is so large and overbuilt for a corridor that it's been speculated it had an additional purpose beyond just connecting the King's Chamber to the rest of the pyramid. Mainstream Egyptology's explanation is straightforward. These rooms, passages, and shafts are all part of a complex symbolic and practical design for the king's afterlife journey. The shafts align with stars important to the soul's rebirth. The chambers hold the body and distribute weight, and the gallery was part of the construction process. But for those who look at the pyramid with a different lens, the layout feels more like a machine than a mausoleum. Odd fact, the ascending passage that leads from the Queen's Chamber toward the Grand Gallery was once blocked by a series of granite plugs. These were likely slid into place from above after the burial to seal the upper chambers. But in the 9th century, C.E. Caliph al-Mamun's workmen broke into the pyramid through an improvised tunnel bypassing these plugs entirely. That means no one in recorded history has ever entered the king's chamber through its intended path. The small door, discovered in the Queen's Chamber's southern shaft in 1993 by Rudolf Gantenbrink's robotic camera, only deepened the mystery. Beyond it was a second smaller door, discovered in 2002. What lay beyond? The final section, opened in 2011, revealed a plain stone surface, anticlimactic for some, but puzzling to others. Why construct a shaft to end in a sealed space hidden within the body of the pyramid? Some theorists suggest the pyramid's inner design could have had multiple phases of purpose. It might have been originally conceived for one function, perhaps ceremonial or even technical, and later adapted into a pharaonic tomb. This would explain certain overbuilt features that seem excessive for a burial monument. If we imagine a pre-dynastic culture leaving behind a core structure, an inner arrangement of chambers and shafts, then Khufu's architects could have reworked it, adding layers and casing stones to create the final form we see today. This would also explain why certain parts of the interior feel stylistically different from others. Odd fact, the granite beams in the relieving chambers are among the heaviest stones in the pyramid, some weighing over 50 tons. If their sole purpose was to distribute weight, why use granite from Aswan instead of much lighter and closer limestone? Was it purely for durability, or did granite's quartz content play into some other function? When you walk these passages in your imagination, there's a sense of deliberate layering, like opening a nested set of boxes. Each chamber shaft and corridor leads to another, as though the builders were guiding you deeper into the pyramid's circuitry. Whether that circuitry was symbolic, spiritual, or functional is the great unanswered question. The Great Pyramid's interior also stands out for what it doesn't have: no elaborate wall carvings, no painted scenes of the pharaoh's afterlife, no inscriptions of any kind except for a few red-painted quarry marks hidden above the king's chamber. Compare this to later royal tombs, like those in the Valley of the Kings, which are covered in texts and images. The silence of Giza's walls is striking, almost as if the monument was meant to speak in another language entirely: geometry, alignment, resonance. Imagine being one of the workers hauling a granite beam up the narrow ascending passage. You don't know the whole plan, but you trust the master builders. You watch as the beam disappears into the upper chamber, never to be seen again, and you wonder why such effort is being poured into a place no one will ever live in. No one will even see once it's sealed. Perhaps you're told it's for the king's eternity, and you nod. But in your heart, you might suspect there's something more. Mainstream or alternative, both camps agree on one thing: the interior of the Great Pyramid is unlike anything else in ancient Egypt. Whether it's a grand spiritual engine for the pharaoh's soul, a monument adapted from an older forgotten function, or a combination of the two, it remains a labyrinth of intention. Every block, every shaft, every sealed door hints at purpose, but the full blueprint is still beyond our reach. And so, when you picture yourself standing alone in the king's chamber, with the granite walls humming faintly in the silence, you can feel both the weight of the stone and the weight of mystery pressing in from all sides. It's a place where history's official record and its unanswered questions meet in the same airless space. Step outside the Great Pyramid in your mind and turn your gaze to the cluster of smaller structures scattered around its base. At first glance, they might seem insignificant compared to Khufu's towering monument, but these satellite pyramids and temples are part of an intricate design. They help form the pyramid complex, a layout repeated in varying forms at other major pyramid sites, and their arrangement may hold clues about the deeper intentions behind Giza. To the east of the Great Pyramid lies the mortuary temple, once connected to a causeway that sloped down toward the Nile. In Khufu's time, this causeway would have ended at the Valley Temple, a monumental gateway where the pharaoh's funerary procession would begin. The Valley Temple wasn't just an entry point, it was also a symbolic threshold between the world of the living and the realm of eternity. Odd fact, archaeologists have found traces of polished basalt flooring in the Valley Temple areas at Giza, an unusually durable and expensive material for a floor. Even after thousands of years of erosion and plundering, these black basalt slabs still shine faintly in the sun, hinting at how dazzling the whole space would have looked in its prime. Flanking the Great Pyramid to the south and east are three smaller Queen's pyramids. These are assumed to have been built for Khufu's wives or close female relatives, though some may have served symbolic functions rather than literal burials. Intriguingly, the alignment of these smaller pyramids is precise. They are not simply scattered around at random. Their placement might mirror certain stars or fulfill ritual requirements tied to the larger pyramid's orientation. Between the Great Pyramid and the Second Pyramid lies a field of mastabas, rectangular, flat-roofed tombs for nobles and high officials. Many of these date to the Fourth Dynasty, but some evidence suggests earlier occupation layers beneath. If Giza was sacred ground before Khufu, perhaps these elite tombs were deliberately placed to share in the eternal protection of whatever sanctity the plateau already held. The second pyramid, attributed to Khafra, stands slightly smaller than Khufu's, but appears taller when viewed from a distance thanks to being built on higher ground. Khafre's complex includes one of the best preserved mortuary temples in Egypt, and most famously, the Great Sphinx. If Khafre did indeed adopt the Sphinx into his complex, he was continuing a tradition of reusing and recontextualizing earlier monuments. Odd fact, the casing stones at the base of Khafre's pyramid are still in place, showing the smooth white limestone finish that once covered all the pyramids. Seeing them up close, you can imagine the entire plateau gleaming like a cluster of artificial mountains in the desert sun. To the south of the second pyramid is a smaller satellite pyramid whose purpose is uncertain. Some suggest it may have been a symbolic structure, possibly related to the pharaoh's K life force or to rituals involving the sun's movement. The third and smallest of the main pyramids belonging to Menkaure is notable for having been partially clad in granite rather than limestone, a striking and unusual choice. Granite is harder to work and transport, which suggests a deliberate statement, perhaps emphasizing durability or prestige. Menkaur's pyramid complex is also surrounded by several subsidiary pyramids, again, possibly for queens or symbolic purposes. Odd fact, Menkaur's pyramid was found in the 19th century, with traces of unfinished work suggesting it may have been completed hastily, possibly due to the pharaoh's sudden death. Some of the granite casing blocks still have visible bosses raised knobs left from the quarrying process, which would have been cut away during final dressing. When we zoom out and look at all three main pyramids and their associated structures together, a pattern emerges. Each complex follows a similar formula: main pyramid, mortuary temple, causeway, valley temple, and subsidiary structures. Yet each is also unique in scale, material, and detail. This suggests a blend of rigid tradition and individual expression, something we see in other ancient building programs, like Gothic cathedrals built on older church sites. The repetition of this formula also raises the possibility that it wasn't invented fresh for each king. Rather, it might be an adaptation of an even older sacred layout. If an earlier culture had established the pattern, perhaps using different materials or smaller prototypes, the fourth dynasty pharaohs could have inherited it and expanded it to unprecedented scale. Consider the relationship between the pyramid complexes and the Nile. In ancient times, the river's annual flooding was the heartbeat of Egyptian civilization, and the causeways from the valley temples would have connected directly to the floodplain. The pharaoh's funerary boat could sail right up to the valley temple during the inundation, linking the rituals of death and rebirth to the river's own life-giving cycles. This may explain why all the major pyramid complexes line the west bank of the Nile, the side associated with the setting sun and the afterlife. Odd fact, archaeological evidence shows that massive boat pits were dug beside the pyramids, including the famous Khufu ship, a full-size cedar vessel found disassembled in a pit beside the Great Pyramid. The ship was so perfectly preserved that when reconstructed, it could still float after 4,500 years. These boat pits and river connections suggest a dual symbolism. The pyramids weren't just tombs, they were also cosmic harbors. The pharaoh's soul could sail from this world into the next, guided by celestial alignments above and earthly waterways below. And yet, if we accept the possibility that Giza's layout was inherited from a much older culture, the river connections might have served a more practical purpose in the deep past, transporting building materials, goods, or even people between sites in a network along the Nile. The sacred symbolism we see in dynastic Egypt could be a reinterpretation of what was originally logistical infrastructure. Standing at the center of this web, the Great Pyramid to your left, Khafre's to your right, Menkaur's farther south, you get the sense that the entire plateau was designed as one unified composition. Whether that composition began with Khufu or with an earlier forgotten phase, it is a masterpiece of integrated planning, linking stone, river, sky, and ritual into a single landscape. It's a landscape that even now feels alive with intention. The smaller pyramids, the temples, the boat pits, they aren't just extras or decorations. They're the punctuation marks and connectors in a sentence written in limestone and granite, one that's been waiting thousands of years for someone to read it in full. If you trace your fingers over the surviving casing stones at the base of Khafre's pyramid, you feel a texture that almost defies the age of the stone, smooth, cool, and precise. These blocks cut from fine Tura limestone once sheathed the entire pyramid in a gleaming white skin. Under the sun, they would have reflected light so intensely that from miles away, the structure must have looked like a beacon, a man-made mountain of light against the horizon. Today, most of that outer shell is gone stripped in later centuries to build mosques and palaces in Cairo. But the few surviving layers are a window into the incredible precision of the original construction. The joints between casing stones are so fine that a thin blade can't slip between them. Each block was shaped to fit its neighbors so perfectly that even without mortar, the surface was effectively seamless. Odd fact, microscopic studies of some casing stones suggest that their faces were polished using a fine abrasive, perhaps powdered quartz, or sand worked with copper tools. This finishing would have removed even the tiniest imperfections, producing a uniform surface that could withstand centuries of wind and sand. The slope of the pyramid sides, about 51.84 degrees, isn't just aesthetically pleasing. It was engineered to distribute the massive weight above evenly toward the base, while keeping the surface angle consistent for casing installation. Maintaining that exact slope across millions of blocks required constant measurement and adjustment. Any error in angle would have magnified dramatically by the time the builders reached the top. Casing stones weren't just for beauty, they also played a functional role. By sealing the core masonry beneath, they protected it from erosion and helped maintain the pyramid's shape. Over millennia, the loss of the casing has exposed the rougher core blocks, which weather more quickly. If the casing had remained intact, the pyramids might look almost new today. Odd fact, ancient Arab historians wrote of the Great Pyramid's surface as smooth and covered with inscriptions in a language no one could read. Whether this was poetic embellishment or a garbled memory of decorative elements, it's debated, but it raises tantalizing questions. Could the casing stones have once borne carvings or painted designs now completely lost? Beyond limestone, some pyramids like Menkaur's featured lower courses of granite casing. This was not a common choice, as granite was far harder to quarry, shape, and transport than limestone. The decision to use it may have been symbolic, marking a threshold or emphasizing permanence at the pyramid's base. Granite's darker hue would have created a striking visual contrast with the gleaming white limestone above. The removal of casing stones in later centuries was a slow dismantling, often leaving telltale ledge lines along the pyramid sides where different layers once met. In some cases, These removal scars reveal interesting details about the underlying core construction, such as how the courses were staggered and bonded. Odd fact, Khafre's pyramid still retains a significant patch of casing stones near its summit, the highest surviving example of this original finish on any major pyramid. This survival is likely due to the difficulty of accessing and removing stones from that height without the ramps and scaffolding used in the original construction. From an engineering perspective, the installation of the casing was one of the most challenging phases of pyramid building. It had to be done from the bottom up layer by layer, with each course leaning slightly inward so that the slope stayed true. Workers would cut, polish, and place each block so that the visible face was perfectly aligned, while the hidden sides interlocked tightly with the surrounding stones. This perfection wasn't purely utilitarian, it carried symbolic weight. The Egyptians placed a high value on Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order and harmony. A flawless surface was a reflection of that ideal, a literal embodiment of perfection in stone. To them, the gleaming, unbroken sides of a pyramid weren't just impressive, they were a statement about the pharaoh's role in upholding the order of the universe. Now imagine the plateau at the height of its glory. The Great Pyramid blazes in the midday sun, its peak crowned with a polished capstone, possibly of electrum, a gold-silver alloy that would shimmer brilliantly. Beside it, Khafre's pyramid gleams almost as brightly, and Menkaura's stands proud, with its granite base and limestone crown. From the Nile, the entire complex must have looked like a vision from myth, three perfect shapes rising from the desert, their sides catching the light like blades. If we consider the possibility that some elements of these monuments were inherited from earlier builders, the casing stones could represent the dynastic Egyptians' way of finishing what they received. An older core structure might have been encased in new limestone, transforming a weathered ruin into a gleaming symbol of royal power. In that sense, the casing wasn't just protection, it was a claim of ownership, a way of stamping a pharaoh's identity on a much older canvas. Odd fact, geologists have noted that the Tura limestone used for casing is softer and more uniform than the core limestone quarried at Giza. This made it easier to shape and polish, but also meant it was more vulnerable to erosion once exposed. The irony is that the very material chosen for its beauty is also the first to disappear when maintenance stops. Standing before one of the surviving casing stones today, you can run your hand along its smooth face and feel the ghost of the perfection that once covered entire mountains of masonry. It's easy to see why the ancients might have regarded these pyramids as eternal. Under the sun, they were not just structures, they were celestial mirrors, catching the light of the gods and sending it blazing back into the sky. And perhaps that was the point all along. Whether the casing was part of a purely Egyptian innovation or the finishing touch on a much older foundation, it transformed the pyramids into something more than architecture. They became luminous markers in the desert, visible symbols of both earthly power and cosmic connection, standing on the threshold between history and whatever came before it. Walk a little farther across the Giza Plateau, and you'll come to a building that doesn't get as much attention as the pyramids themselves, yet it's just as baffling the Valley Temple of Khafre. Even without its roof, it feels like you've stepped inside something ancient in a way the pyramids don't quite match. Its walls are built from colossal limestone blocks, some weighing over 200 tons, their surfaces faced with red granite, so precisely that the joins are almost invisible. The floor is polished alabaster, still faintly gleaming despite thousands of years of foot traffic and drifting sand. This isn't the delicate decorated stonework you see in later Egyptian temples. It's stark, massive, almost megalithic. The blocks are cut in irregular shapes, yet fitted together with precision reminiscent of Sacsayhuaman in Peru or the Osirian at Abydos. There's no mortar, just perfectly interlocking stone. The scale and style are so unusual for 4th Dynasty architecture that some researchers, especially those in the alternative history camp, suspect the Valley Temple might be older than Khafre's reign. Odd fact, much of the granite used here came from Aswan, almost 900 kilometers away, the same source as the granite in the Great Pyramid's inner chambers. Moving and placing stones this large and heavy with the technology of the time is possible, but requires extraordinary organization equipment and manpower. Mainstream Egyptology explains the Valley Temple's construction as the work of Khafre's architects, emphasizing that the Old Kingdom had both the will and the skill to move such stones. The temple's function was clear enough. It served as the ceremonial entry point for the pharaoh's funerary procession, where the body would be purified before being taken up the causeway to the mortuary temple near the pyramid. Yet its megalithic masonry leaves an impression of a place designed to endure far beyond the life of any one king. Connected to the Valley Temple is one of the most iconic monuments in the world, the Great Sphinx. The Sphinx sits in a shallow hollow, cut into the bedrock, its lion's body stretched out toward the rising sun. Whether it was carved in Khafre's time or inherited from a much earlier culture is one of Egypt's great debates. What's certain is that the stone removed to create the Sphinx was used in part to build the walls of the Sphinx temple directly in front of it, a structure similar in style and scale to the Valley Temple, with massive limestone blocks sheathed in granite. Odd fact, the Sphinx temple's floor plan is almost a mirror of the Valley Temple's, with two parallel rows of granite pillars forming a central hall. This symmetry has led some to believe they were conceived together as part of a larger plan, perhaps even by the same builders, whoever they might have been. The weathering on both temples is also worth noting. The limestone walls inside the Valley Temple show signs of erosion that some geologists believe could only have been caused by long-term exposure to heavy rainfall. If that's true, these structures might predate the arid climate of the Giza Plateau, placing their origins in a time when the Sahara was green. This would push them back thousands of years before Khafre into an era that official history says had no large-scale stone building in Egypt. Inside the Valley Temple, the atmosphere is different from the airy sunlit spaces of other ancient Egyptian temples. It feels enclosed, intimate, almost defensive. The lack of inscriptions or decorative carvings something nearly universal in pharaonic temples, makes it all the more enigmatic. It's as though the structure was meant to speak in form and mass rather than in words or images. Imagine it in its prime, the granite pillars rising to support a roof of massive stone beams, their surfaces gleaming from constant polishing. Light filters in from small openings catching on the alabaster floor. The air smells faintly of incense and river water. Priests in white linen move in choreographed precision, preparing the king's body for its final journey. The coolness of the stone is a relief after the brightness outside, and every footstep echoes faintly in the high-ceilinged space. Odd fact, when the Valley Temple was excavated in the 19th century, archaeologists found a number of diorite statues of Khafra buried in pits in the floor, including the famous seated statue now in the Cairo Museum. This statue, carved from one of the hardest stones on earth, is polished to a mirror-like finish, a testament to craftsmanship that rivals any from antiquity. If the Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple do indeed predate Khafra, then his architects might have simply restored and repurposed them, adding statues and details that tied the monuments into his reign. This would explain why the construction style doesn't perfectly match other 4th Dynasty works, and why the temples feel like something inherited rather than invented. Mainstream scholars counter that the style difference is due to function. The Valley Temple was meant for specific funerary rites and needed massive walls to support its heavy roof. But even they acknowledge that the precision and scale here are exceptional, even by Old Kingdom standards. The relationship between the Valley Temple, the Sphinx Temple, and the Sphinx itself is one of the great unsolved puzzles of Giza. They are aligned, connected, and similar in style, yet their exact sequence of construction remains unclear. If they were part of a single project, who initiated it? And if they were separate but integrated later, what earlier purpose might they have served? Standing between the Valley Temple and the Sphinx at dawn, you see the first sunlight slip over the horizon, striking the Sphinx's face, and then spilling across the temple walls. Whether by accident or design, the moment is powerful. It's as if these monuments were placed here not just to honor a king, but to align with the turning of the heavens and the renewal of the day. Odd fact, archaeoastronomers have noted that in ancient times, the rising sun at the spring equinox would have appeared directly between the paws of the Sphinx when viewed from the Valley Temple. This alignment adds another layer of cosmic symbolism to an already mysterious sight. If Giza's pyramids are the most visible symbols of ancient Egypt's genius, the Valley Temple and its twin may be the oldest whispers of that genius, or the echoes of something even older. They sit quietly at the edge of the plateau, massive but almost hidden in plain sight, guarding their secrets in blocks of limestone and granite. And like the Sphinx they stand beside, they seem to look back as much as they look forward across time, across shifting sands, across the gap between what we know and what we can only imagine. If the Valley Temple and Sphinx Temple are the silent sentinels of Giza's edge, then the causeways are the hidden arteries of the plateau, long sloping corridors that once carried both people and meaning between the Nile floodplain and the heart of the pyramid complexes. Today, most visitors barely notice the remains of these stone roads, yet in their prime, they were monumental in their own right, decorated, roofed, and rich with symbolism. The most famous of these is the causeway leading from Khafra's Valley Temple up to his mortuary temple beside the pyramid. Even now, with its roof long gone and much of its walls in ruins, you can see its deliberate straightness and unbroken rising path that would have framed the pyramid above like a goal at the end of a ceremonial journey. In Khafra's time, the walls of this causeway were lined with relief carvings and inscriptions depicting scenes of the pharaoh's reign, offerings to the gods, and perhaps mythological events meant to connect his life to cosmic order. Odd fact, Herodotus visiting Egypt nearly 2,000 years after Khafre claimed that one of the causeways at Giza was not much inferior to the pyramid in size and expense. He described it as having polished stone walls with carved reliefs and a roof of massive stone beams. Whether he exaggerated or not, his account suggests these causeways were far more than simple ramps. The causeway of Khufu's pyramid once linked his valley temple, now buried under the modern village of Nazlet el Saman, to the Great Pyramid's mortuary temple. Little of it survives, but traces of its foundation reveal a similarly straight and deliberate design. The path would have risen gently, guiding the funerary procession from the life-giving waters of the Nile up into the sacred plateau where the king's eternal house awaited. Menkaur's causeway is the least preserved of the three, but it too followed the same essential formula. The repetition of this pattern across all three major pyramids suggests a shared ritual logic. The journey from water to stone mirrored the soul's journey from life to eternity, from the mortal world to the divine realm. But there's another layer to these pathways that goes beyond ritual. Their orientations and gradients have intrigued researchers who look for astronomical or seasonal alignments. In some reconstructions, the causeways seem to frame certain horizon points where the sun rises or sets at key times of year, solstices, equinoxes, or significant festivals. If that's true, then each causeway may have been both a road and a calendar, guiding not just bodies, but also light itself. Odd fact, Khafra's causeway is angled slightly off from due east-west, aligning instead with the point where the sun would have set on the summer solstice during his reign. This would have made the entire length of the causeway a glowing river of gold on that day, lit from end to end by the sinking sun. The engineering of these structures is itself remarkable. To maintain a perfectly straight, stable path over uneven terrain, the builders had to cut through bedrock-filled low areas with massive blocks and ensure that the slope remained constant. In some places, the walls of the causeways were nearly as tall as small buildings, and the roofing beams, often of limestone or granite, spanned widths that required careful balancing and support. We should also remember that these were not isolated features. They were part of the grand choreography of the funeral rites. Picture it. The pharaoh's body, freshly embalmed and wrapped, is placed in a ceremonial boat on the Nile. Priests in white linen, guide it to the Valley Temple, where purification rituals take place. Then the procession moves upward along the causeway, accompanied by chanting incense and the rhythmic beating of sistrums. At the top, the mortuary temple awaits with its offering halls and the looming presence of the pyramid just beyond. Now imagine this ritual not just as an event of the Fourth Dynasty, but as a continuation of something older. If the Giza Plateau was sacred before Khufu, perhaps these causeways were built along pre-existing processional routes, paths that once linked earlier monuments or even natural landmarks to the Nile. Later kings might have monumentalized these routes in stone, preserving the ancient alignments while transforming their meaning. Odd fact, at other pyramid sites like Saqqara, some causeways run alongside massive walls decorated with scenes of agriculture, hunting, and tribute. These are more than pretty pictures. They're symbolic catalogs of the abundance the king would enjoy in the afterlife. If similar decorations once lined the Giza causeways, their loss is a major gap in our understanding of the site's full symbolic program. Some have speculated that the causeways also served a more practical engineering role during construction, acting as channels for moving blocks from quarries or river docks to the building site. If so, they may have been in use long before the final decorative phase, doubling as work ramps during the pyramid's creation. Once the pyramid was complete, these functional routes would have been transformed into ceremonial avenues. In the desert silence today, it's easy to walk past the low-weathered remains of these causeways and not think much of them. But when you reconstruct their original height, width, and decoration in your mind, they become monumental structures in their own right, bridges, not just between places, but between worlds. From the water's edge, where the Nile's ancient flood once lapped at the base of the valley temples, the causeways climbed steadily toward the plateau. The act of walking them was itself a journey from the mutable, life-giving river to the eternal, unchanging stone. Whether that journey was made by a single king's funeral party or by countless priests in annual festivals, it was a ritual of transformation, and the causeways were the stage on which it played out. If the pyramids are the heart of Giza, then the causeways are the veins channeling lifelight and ceremony across the landscape. And like so much else here, they raise as many questions as they answer. Were they purely a product of the Old Kingdom's genius for ritual architecture? Or were they the monumentalized form of something much older, a sacred route that pre-dynastic peoples once walked under the same desert sky long before the first casing stone was laid? Step back from the grandeur of the pyramids and their causeways, and you find something just as fascinating: what archaeologists call the workers' village. For centuries, people imagined the Great Pyramid being built by vast armies of slaves, whipped and starved into submission. But excavations in the late 20th century flipped that picture on its head. Instead of slave barracks, they uncovered planned streets, bakeries, breweries, medical facilities, and cemeteries, evidence of a bustling, well-fed, and surprisingly well-organized community. The workers' village lies southeast of the Great Pyramid, near the wadi that separates it from the Sphinx. The layout suggests careful planning broad streets with long galleries on either side, each capable of housing dozens of men. Some of these galleries may have been temporary housing for rotating crews, workers who labored on the pyramid for a season before returning to their farms. Others may have housed full-time specialists, stonecutters, tool makers, carpenters, and foremen. Odd fact, archaeologists have found animal bones in the village, indicating that workers were fed beef sheep and goat meat, along with bread and beer. This was not subsistence rations, it was hearty, protein-rich food, far better than the average Egyptian farmer's diet. Nearby, the remains of massive bakeries suggest industrial-scale bread production, with large open-air ovens capable of turning out thousands of loaves a day. Beer, the staple drink of ancient Egypt, was brewed in equally impressive quantities, stored in large clay jars for easy distribution. The presence of medical facilities is another revelation. Skeletal remains show that injured workers often received treatment, broken bones set, and healed infections managed, and dental issues addressed. Some injuries were severe enough that the workers could not have continued heavy labor, yet they lived for years afterward, suggesting they were cared for rather than discarded. This is a far cry from the image of disposable slave labor. Odd fact analysis of workers' bones shows signs of repetitive strain injuries, indicating the kind of specialized repetitive work they did, dragging sledges, pounding stone, or hauling blocks. But the bones also show they were generally healthy and well fed. The scale of the workers' village matches the scale of the pyramid project. Estimates suggest that Khufu's pyramid may have required a rotating labor force of around $20,000 to 30,000 people at any given time. This included not only the builders themselves, but also the vast support staff: cooks, brewers, tool makers, priests, administrators, and transport crews who kept the operation running smoothly. Mainstream Egyptology sees this as evidence of a highly organized, state-controlled labor system. Farmers might have been conscripted to work during the Nile's annual flood season when their fields were underwater and they couldn't farm. In return, they received food, housing, and possibly tax relief. It was a form of corvée labor, mandatory service to the state, but one that conferred status and perhaps even a sense of pride. If you were part of one of these rotating crews, your life at Giza would have been intense but communal. At dawn, the air still cool, you'd grab a loaf of bread and a jug of beer, then walk up toward the plateau. You might spend the day hauling sledges loaded with stone, keeping time with chants from the foreman. Others would be shaping blocks at the quarries using dolerite pounders to smooth rough edges. The sound of pounding and chiseling would echo across the site, mingling with the calls of overseers and the bray of donkeys carrying supplies. Odd fact evidence of copper smelting areas near the workers' village shows that tools were repaired and sharpened on-site, reducing downtime. This meant the crews could work almost continuously without having to return to distant workshops. What's especially intriguing is how the workers' village fits into the larger question of Giza's origins. If the plateau had been sacred for centuries before Khufu were their earlier habitations or work camps in the same area. Could the Old Kingdom builders have chosen this spot not only for the plateau's stability, but because it already had a history of skilled labor and organization? Some researchers note that the location of the workers' village, close enough to the pyramids for easy access, yet far enough to keep the living separate from the sacred matches patterns seen at other ancient sites worldwide. In megalithic cultures, from Peru to Turkey, there is often a clear spatial division between the ceremonial zone and the living quarters of those who built and maintained it. This may reflect a universal principle: sacred work requires a dedicated but separate space for the workers. Odd fact: animal remains from the workers' village include the bones of cattle that likely came from as far as the Nile Delta, showing that supply chains stretched hundreds of kilometers to feed the workforce. This kind of logistical coordination would have required meticulous record keeping and administration. Walking the dusty outlines of the village today, it's hard to picture the noise, smells, and energy of its peak. The air would have been thick with wood smoke from the bakeries, the scent of brewing beer, and the tang of freshly cut limestone drifting from the quarries. Children of support staff might have run through the alleys, chasing each other between the galleries, while traders from the Nile brought in fresh fish and vegetables. If Khufu's project was the culmination of centuries of inherited building knowledge, then the workers' village was the culmination of inherited organizational knowledge. It's one thing to stack millions of blocks. It's another to coordinate the human machine that makes it happen. Some have speculated that the village itself could have been a semi-permanent settlement, used across multiple reigns and adapted for each new project. If so, the people who lived and worked here may have been the descendants of earlier builders carrying forward techniques and traditions from an age before the pyramids took their final form. Odd fact: artifacts from the village include seal impressions bearing the names of work crews, such as Friends of Khufu or the Drunkards of Menkaure. These playful or proud names suggest camaraderie among the teams, and maybe even friendly rivalry over who could move blocks faster or finish their section more precisely. The workers' village at Giza is a reminder that while the pyramids dominate the skyline, their creation depended on a whole city of people whose names are lost, but whose labor is written into every joint and corner. These were not faceless slaves. They were skilled laborers, artisans, and support staff, bound together by one of the most ambitious projects in human history. And just as the pyramids endure, so too does the invisible footprint of that human community preserved in the faint outlines of walls, the scatter of pottery shards, and the silent testimony of the bones they left behind. Beyond the monumental stone and the bustling workers' village lies another layer of the Giza story, one hidden not in towering architecture, but in the subtle patterns of the landscape itself. These are the quarries, the hidden ramps, and the ancient infrastructure that made the entire pyramid complex possible. Without them, The grand monuments would still be dreams on a drawing board. The limestone core blocks for the Great Pyramid came primarily from quarries cut directly into the plateau itself. Walking around the edges of the site, you can still see jagged cuts in the bedrock, now filled with sand, where workers pried huge blocks free. The proximity of these quarries was a stroke of logistical genius. Instead of hauling millions of tons of stone from far-off sites, the builders could move them only a short distance to the construction ramps. This reduced transport time and allowed for continuous supply. Odd fact, some of these quarry pits were later repurposed as boat pits or storage areas once they were exhausted, an early example of recycling on a monumental scale. The fine white limestone used for the casing stones, however, came from across the Nile at the Tura quarries. Transporting these heavier and more fragile blocks involved ferrying them across the river on wooden barges, then hauling them up to the plateau. For the granite blocks used in the inner chambers, the journey was even more extreme, nearly 900 kilometers from Aswan in the south. These stones could weigh upwards of 50 tons, and moving them without modern machinery required both ingenuity and raw manpower. The debate over how exactly the blocks were moved up the sides of the pyramids has sparked centuries of speculation. The classic image is of massive straight ramps stretching from the desert floor to the pyramid summit. This would have required ramps longer than the pyramid itself, eating up vast resources. Others suggest zigzagging ramps along the pyramid sides, or even spiral ramps built into the structure's interior, dismantled as the work progressed. Odd fact, archaeologists in recent decades have discovered remains of ancient ramps at other quarry sites like Hatnub that show large sledges pulled up steep inclines with the aid of water-lubricated tracks. This discovery suggests the Egyptians may have used similar techniques at Giza, reducing friction and allowing teams to move massive blocks more efficiently. Whatever method they used, it required extraordinary coordination. Teams had to work in perfect rhythm, hauling on ropes, while others stabilized the load and kept the sledges from tipping. Overseers would shout commands. Drums or chants would set the pace, and water carriers would dash in to keep the tracks slick. The sound of the operation, grunting men, creaking ropes, the scrape of wood on stone would have echoed across the plateau. But ramps and sledges were only part of the system. The Giza complex also required an infrastructure of roads, staging areas, and storage yards. Supplies, everything from copper tools to baskets of food, had to flow constantly into the site. Rope wood for sledges, chisels, dolerite pounders, and even replacement sandals for the workers had to be stocked. Archaeologists have found evidence of large storage galleries and workshops on the site, suggesting that Giza was as much an industrial hub as a sacred one. Odd fact, traces of ancient harbor installations have been discovered near Giza, leading to the theory that a canal system may have brought boats right up close to the plateau. This would have made it far easier to unload stone from the Nile and transfer it directly to the ramps. Once a block reached its destination on the pyramid, it had to be precisely set in place. Each stone was shaped to fit tightly with its neighbors, a process that involved constant measuring and testing. Copper chisels, dolerite pounding stones, and sandstone rubbers were the main tools, but skill mattered as much as the tools themselves. A poorly cut block could throw off the alignment for an entire course. And then there were the human logistics, feeding housing, and paying the laborers, ensuring that sick or injured workers were replaced without slowing the project and keeping morale high. The builder's graffiti found inside some pyramid passages team names like the Friends of Khufu or the Drunkards of Menkaure hint at a sense of pride and camaraderie, the ancient equivalent of a construction crew tagging their work. Odd fact, there is evidence that beer rations were sometimes doubled for crews reaching major milestones, a practical way to celebrate progress while keeping spirits up. When you step back and look at the plateau as a whole, you can see that Giza was not just a place where monuments were built, it was a machine. Every part of it, from the quarries to the ramps to the causeways, worked together like gears in a vast mechanism. The pyramids were the visible output, but the true marvel was the system that sustained the work for decades without collapsing under its own complexity. If the Giza monuments were indeed built on the footprint of something older, it's possible that this logistical mastery was itself an inheritance. Perhaps earlier, builders long before the dynastic Egyptians had already learned how to move and set massive stones. Khufu and his successors could have adapted those techniques to their own purposes, scaling them up to unprecedented heights. Even without that speculative layer, the infrastructure of Giza is astonishing. It reminds us that great architecture isn't just about vision, it's about execution. Every casing stone, every granite beam, every perfectly aligned corner was the product of 1,000 invisible decisions, solved problems, and human hands working in unison. Picture the end of a day during construction, the sun lowering toward the western horizon, the air cooling as shadows stretch across the plateau. Workers trudge back to the village, dusty and tired, but alive with stories of the day's progress. Ramps lie quiet sledges parked neatly, the pyramid's latest course gleaming in the golden light. The machine pauses, but only until dawn. Tomorrow, the gears will turn again. And whether you believe this was all the product of Fourth Dynasty genius or the latest chapter in a much older tradition, one thing is clear. The building of Giza was not just a feat of engineering. It was a feat of civilization. The pyramids may be the crown, but the infrastructure was the throne on which they sat. The desert quiets as the last of the workers vanish into the evening haze. Where there was once the clamor of sledges on stone and the rhythmic shouts of foremen, there is now only the soft whisper of wind over the plateau. The pyramids rise in the fading light, their edges catching the last gold of the sun, their long shadows spilling toward the Nile. What you've traveled through tonight is more than a story of stone blocks and clever ramps. It is the story of a place that functioned as both a sacred stage and a vast living machine, one that turned human effort, resource networks, and celestial alignment into something that could outlast empires. From the quarries cut deep into the bedrock, to the harbor where barges once unloaded their cargo, to the causeways that guided kings toward eternity, every part of Giza was deliberate, precise, and interconnected. You've walked through the hidden heart of the workers' village, where bread baked in open ovens and beer cooled in clay jars, where bones healed under the care of ancient medics, and where crews named themselves with pride. You've stood inside the valley temple surrounded by granite walls, that whisper of rains older than Egypt's deserts, and you've climbed the invisible path of the causeways, where the sun itself joined the ceremony. Historians still debate how much of this was the innovation of the Old Kingdom, and how much might have been inherited from something older. But in the stillness of this final moment, the distinction feels less important. What endures is the weight of intention in every stone, the seamless blend of earth, sky, and human will. The stars wheel overhead as they have for millennia. The plateau sleeps, but the pyramids keep their watch.